invite the Minister of State to greet you. And to family, I note this is not for the media. Some of you, when she was moving around your offices, you said, "Good morning, madam. How may we help you?" Please do not forget our Minister of State and be part of the ministry. Thank you.
Wow. Let's know it's our people. Dear Honorable Minister, Atwoki Wilson Muruli Mukasa, our dear guest and guest speaker, the Chairperson of the Education Service Commission, our permanent secretary, our dear commissioners, our beloved staff, ladies and gentlemen, I'm excited this morning because what I've been dreaming about is coming true. Because I've always wanted us to plan together, budget together, and evaluate ourselves together. Because each one of us makes a contribution towards the growth of this country. I want to thank you. I take this opportunity to congratulate you upon taking time away from your busy schedules to attend this retreat. Is a team building retreat. Team building. Let's build the team. Today there is no protocol. You should be free to say anything because that is what we want to do. You can even criticize me. Yes, you can criticize me. Madam, the way you walk, I don't like it. The way you speak, I don't like it. I don't like your hair. You can even tell me that because we want to improve. We want to improve. And if we build a team now, it means the coming financial year, all of us will work together. All of us from the gate up to anywhere, we want to work together. Equal footing. Those who went with us to Chiankwanzi, can you stand up? Because we built our team, we are funders. They are funders. Where are you? Yes. Those who went to Chiankwanzi are not the same. We are all equal, we are funders, and that's it. So, Madam PS, can we go back to Chiankwanzi? Those who didn't go to Chiankwanzi should go there. And I'm available, I will escort them also. I'm available. So, let's organize another group to go to Chiankwanzi. I know their work methods changed. We can't be the same. Can we go back to Chiankwanzi? Ladies and gentlemen, you have to speak up. Speak up. Speak up. Don't backbite. Don't spread rumor. Just tell the truth. If something is good, say thank you. If something is wrong, tell us. This one is not right. Can we go like this? Is your mandate. That is what we call participatory planning and budgeting. You can tell us in the next financial year, I want you to do this, and we will do it. Now, you have to love your job. Because the job you are occupying, many people are queuing behind. They are waiting for it. You might not be satisfied, salary, you're always complaining everything. But the moment you leave, in 3 minutes, someone is ready to occupy that position. In 3 minutes. We have a lot of human resource trained and lying idle. So for them, they are willing to do anything to occupy your job. Secondly, love your country. Is there any other country where you belong. I think it is only Uganda. Is there anybody with dual citizenship? No. Love your country. I know we don't have enough resources. Can we tame our expectations as well? Yeah, we can reduce the expectations, can't we? We can. We can use the little resources we have to deliver services to our people. Next time, Mama PS, we want to do self-assessment. I remember when I was a mayor, I was trained by Civil Service College 2 times in Fort Portal, and Savia Mugwanya would give us a questionnaire. You would just answer unknowingly, but at the end of the day, it was giving marks. Can we also do that here? Everybody should assess. You should assess yourself. If it is a 50, if it is a 80, if it is a 90, and you should be honest to yourself about your contribution. I think next time we should do that as staff. I'm not very good at reading speeches. I'm sorry. I have a written speech, can you imagine? And I have forgotten. But I want to congratulate you because we have had several achievements as a ministry. Amidst challenges, I want to applaud you for the hard work. And may God continue widening your horizons. The first one was launching of the Hoima Service Uganda Center. In Hoima, it was beautiful. We shall do evaluation at the end of the day and make sure we perfect it. It is the first of its kind. Then rationalization of government. We have seen people shouting, people crying, people doing sorts of things. What do? We have to continue. This is above us at the ministry. So people think we are service, but we are not. Because this is a presidential elite, this is a cabinet elite. So we have to go ahead. Strengthening human resource management through implementation of HCM. Plan and team. Thank you. Harmonizing the inspection function for promoting joint inspections. I've attended several of them. Thank you. Publicity of the ministry. Commissioner Mundua, thank you. He's perfecting the whole thing now. He's trying very much to make sure it is perfected. And we have gone several commissioners to Parliament to help us do technical backstopping. Commissioner Mhereza, Victor. We have endurance. Parliament is not easy. It's not easy. So thank you very much for helping us to answer several questions in Parliament. Madam, yes, thank you for the leadership. My dear Minister, thank you for giving us the ministry. Thank you, Atoki, for mentoring us. You're a very peaceful person by now. Very peaceful. And in fact, everybody like saying, this is because we are going to grow fat. Because you have a real minister, a gentleman. Yes, mine is a gentleman. Yes, Atoki, you have to thank you. Because many people normally wait for you to die, then they begin praising you when you are not. I'm praising you now. Now. You are a peaceful minister. You have allowed us to work peacefully. When in meetings, you see, I talk too much. Even when it's the one chairing, he gives me peace to talk. Well, I don't thank you for the guidance, sorry. So, in addition to the above, I wish to remind you and emphasize on the presidential directives. Among others, we have promoting zero tolerance to corruption. We have a big challenge, more especially in local government. in our local governments. So we have to make sure our human resources don't embarrass this ministry. Strengthen the government regulatory framework, urgently address the issue of poor service delivery, and urgently address the problem of absenteeism, more especially from schools and health centers. We have to do that. By addressing the above minimum standards, many other areas of economy will benefit, and create the necessary synergy that will enable the country to rapidly attain the middle income status. Yes, I have an expectation as well. To me, my expectation is everybody will speak up. Talk. Tell us. If you cannot talk, write. Can put a box here, write whatever you want to write and put there. We'll be able to do that assessment in the evening. And we'll continuously perfect this ministry. Thank you very much for your contribution. Love your country, love your ruling government, and love yourself. For God and my country. Let me take this singular way of inviting the senior minister at work, Murul Mukasa, to give us his remark. Hope you are most welcome.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Minister. Please kindly sit down. Honorable Minister, thank you for those kind remarks. The Government Secretary, our guest speaker this morning, the chairperson of the Teaching Service Commission, heads of department, and all of you members of staff, vice guests, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank the ministry and all of you for organizing and coming to participate in this Senior Management Team Retreat 2023. The theme of the retreat is important. The ethics of servant leadership in public service. It reminds me of my secondary school motto, which was, I learn to serve. The motto of Kabaleka Secondary School. I think one of the best schools in the country. I learn to serve. Madam Permanent Secretary, thank you very much. Of course, your entire team, and I'd like to salute you for this. The theme echoes the need for us to work together and give the best, our best, the people of Uganda. It is our role, therefore, to support our institutions, create the desired work ethics, effectively deliver on our mandate, and steer the national public service transformation agenda. The agenda is really long and thick and heavy. I'm happy that the ministry has been able to organize this retreat, and we shall be able to reflect on key service delivery issues under our mandate. We shall also be able to assess the implementation of the NRM Manifesto 2021 to 2026. And the National Development Plan 3 strategic direction. This retreat gives us another opportunity to retrace our strategic plan interventions. You know, we have a strategic plan at the Ministry of Public Service. Let's look at our plan, let's see how far we have moved. And also how best aligned with the National Plan 4 strategic directions, which is in your just right now. during the NDP's midterm review, whereas have registered commendable improvement in physical performance 14, there is need for further improvement in outcome measurement and answer the so questions.
Let me reduce the
You have to do something.
Zero.
Still room for a lot of improvement. Therefore, this is the moment to identify the critical measures of the impact of our initiatives. Let us set smart indicators. And this is important. Not those low-hanging ones, or even a small toddler, can just stretch the hand and get them. No, that would not be anything serious at all. But those smart ones, which call for the utmost exercise of our intellect and endurance, and also innovation, which the PS talked about, so that we achieve amidst a set of various challenges. And that should be translated itself into what the Christians normally call a miracle. Yes, I think we know what a miracle is. The Chamagel. It is an achievement which is commendable amidst a serious set of challenges, but it happens. So we have the challenges, they are there, but we go ahead and achieve. So let's track the performance so that we can justify the resources we spend. And indeed, this should also enable us to lobby for more with evidence. Yes, with evidence. Example, for instance, of the service centers. If we make them work and we go literally to the achievement of an e-government, and of course, the e-government will reasonably deal a very big blow to corruption and all those other tendencies that are attendant to corruption, and we achieve, and everybody gives praise and everyone is satisfied, and then we do everything in record time, then we can now have a big justification for us to lobby for more resources. And that will not require us to talk too much and stretch ourselves. But it would just simply be that, oh yes, they deserve it, and we shall get it. So I wish to thank all of you for the efforts you're putting in towards providing the necessary services. And these services are aimed at improving the livelihoods of our people. The difficult times notwithstanding. Please, thank you very much. I'm also pleased that the spirit of teamwork is steadily being entrenched within the ministry. Many years ago, several years ago, really the spirit was quite absent. People in the service were individuals, self-centered, working in silos, and not even saying hello to each other. They were behaving in a manner which is utterly un-African and utterly non-Ugandan, you see. But now, I think we are coming back to our roots, where we now have a strong teamwork spirit, a strong comradeship, and we are creating that feeling that we belong. We are at the public service headquarters in Wandegea. We know each other, and whatever affects one of us affects us all. Whatever we do, in whatever respective capacities, then we do it for the common good. Now, this spirit is a big foundation and will go a long way to improve the deliverables in the ministry. I am asking you, requesting you to continue with this spirit. Yes, continue with it, entrench it, let it grow. This, if it's done, will not in any way disadvantage you, and you will not regret, but you'll certainly be very happy that our performance will improve. Once again, as I conclude, I'd like to commend you, the organizers of this retreat, the permanent secretary and her team. I know there is a lot in store for us to discuss, and I'm urging you to give this retreat the due attention it deserves. It is now my singular honor and pleasure to declare the Ministry of Public Service Senior Management Team Retreat 2023 open. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have got orientation both technically and politically. At this particular point in time, I would like to I have been guided that Commissioner Xavier should step forward. Please come. At the same time, I would like to invite Commissioner Internal Assessment, because that particular commissioner is the one chairing this session. I'll be moderating it from behind the scene. We have not made provisions where the commissioner or the chair of the sessions will sit, but I hand over to Commissioner. But before that, Madam PS. Madam Xavier, after conferring with the Madam PS, I guess you are set. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Master of Ceremony this morning, our Honorable Minister, Public Service, our Minister of State for Public Service, our distinguished guests, the Permanent Secretary. I take this opportunity to give a brief highlight and profile of our next distinguished speaker, who we will be honored to have the PS invite to present this morning. Our next speaker is distinguished Dr. Professor and Reverend Luboga Samuel, who is the chairperson of the Education Service Commission. currently. He is also a distinguished personnel in the medical field, but also a distinguished person in the spiritual world because he does counseling and support for growing spiritually. And he is also part of the esteemed faculty of trainers at the Civil Service College. He has been giving us capacity enhancement sessions in the area of personal and institutional effectiveness, planning for results, and he is widely accomplished in the areas of planning, results, cultural orientation in institutions, and that is where he has grounded most of the public servants that have gone through his session. He has quite a rich profile, but because of the time limitation that we have this morning, please allow me to present that as one of our distinguished members of the family of public service through the Faculty of Trainers for the Civil Service College, and his distinguished works in the medical field and also in the education sector. With that, please allow me to now hand over to the Permanent Secretary to officially invite him to make his presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Mine is a simple one. One, to thank Professor Dr. Reverend Samuel Luboga for accepting to come and share wisdom with us. Please come. I'm waiting to listen to you.
You can bring a screen.
This one. Not able to see. Not able to see. That's why we can went to the other room. I've done what? Sorry.
These people. How we move. Wait, let me see. Click and come. Look for this one. Is it on?
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Technological glitches notwithstanding, I'm very excited to be here. And I thank you very much for inviting me. My name is, as you've been told, a Reverend Professor Dr. Sam Ruboga. And by the grace of God, currently the chairperson of the Education Service Commission. Experience and interest in leadership. I have held several leadership positions. For example, I have been head of the Department of Anatomy, Deputy Dean in Education in the now Makerere University College of Health Sciences. And in these leadership situations, I have come to the realization that the way people are led determines their commitment and productivity. I am, for that reason, an ardent student of leadership and management. I actively seek opportunities to learn and to teach as many leadership styles as possible, since different people and different situations call for different leadership styles. I have looked up the vision, the mission, and the mandate of the Ministry of Public Service. And I will not bore you with that details because you know them. Suffice it to say that they are very relevant to the present presentation. So I start with a few questions. What is the size of the public service in Uganda? I looked and it was around 400,000 maybe. What is the number of civils? What is the number of people that work for the public service? What are their gender distribution? What percentage are women? What percentage are men? What are their age distributions? Many of them are changing their dates of birth. I was born on 24th June 1948. And I'm not going to change that date of birth. How can a date of birth change? An event. It's not a negotiation. What percentage are nearing retirement? Too many people are scared of retirement. There are issues with accessing retirement benefits. Many of our workers are sick and disabled. And what are their experiences in accessing retirement on medical grounds? What happens when they retire? We lose experience and expertise. What is the distribution of employees in the different service centers and geographical locations, rural versus urban, especially for teachers and doctors? There is a potential human resource crisis. We undertook a nationwide validation of human resources for education recently. And this is what we found. 42.1% were below the age of 40. 57.9% were above 50, above 40 years of age. But 22% were above 50 years and were nearly retirement. Are we concerned about the rate of loss of expertise and experience? And what are our plans for replacing them? We therefore need a plan of attracting, acquiring, and retaining qualified employees. Mark the word qualified employees, because it is easy to get employees. One of the sons I had the pleasure of raising sent me an SMS. Can you please get me a job of Avatar? And I said to him, why do you want such a difficult job to get? Because the competition is fever high. Everyone around us, they are summer. Potential conflict of values between different generations. You know, we have people who are working at 60, and we have people who are younger. Who are younger, and the people who are older, how are they willing to change and adopt technology? The changing role of the public service. Originally, the focus of public service leadership was to organize and control. Now, the public service leadership must endeavor to motivate and create change agents among their employees. We have a need to change the culture and manner in which workers work is being done now. Supervisors need to engage and empower their employees by addressing their needs and aspirations. The number one determinant of motivation to stay or leave the service is the way people are managed. We did a study among the health workers of this country to try and find out how many of them are willing to stay in their places of work, or how many of them are ready to leave, and what is the reason they are so anxious to leave. And we expected that they would tell us that low pay was the reason they are anxious to leave. We were surprised. Among the factors that were driving them, pay was number 15. And above pay were the way they were being managed. The workers were dissatisfied by the way they were being managed, and therefore they were ready to leave. We have a problem of light pollution. I had prepared a slide to show you the wide range of leadership styles. And one of the leadership styles is servant leadership. And the topic today is the ethics of servant leadership. So let me talk a little bit about servant leadership. Servant leadership was first noted in 2002 by Robert Greenleaf. He said the servant leader is a leader who is servant first, but he's also a leader, he's not just a servant. One who places the needs of the people he or she leads and serves first ahead of his or her own. The primary goal of a servant leader is to promote growth and well-being of the people he leads. The servant leader does not believe in the accumulation and exercise of power, but in putting other people's needs first. According to Greenleaf, the central thought of putting others' needs first drives what a servant leader does. There are some principles of servant leadership, and they are divided into two groups. One group are those principles that nurture healthy and trusting relationships. One, listening. You listen in order to hear both the words and the feeling of the subordinates. Do you listen to your subordinates? And when you listen, do you hear what they are saying? Do you only hear what they are saying, or do you hear what they feel? Empathy, understanding their perspectives, their life experiences, and assuming that your subordinates' intentions are good. Nurturing the spirit, meaning acknowledging and recognizing individual contributions and making them understand how vital their work is the realization of the vision of public service. Number 4, building community. Commitment to and actively engaging in teamwork. And number 5 of these principles, healing, using words to promote wholeness and bringing the best out of people. That's the first group of principles. The group is called nurturing health and trusting relationships. The next group is leading innovative change. And these include awareness. Awareness of self, awareness of others, and awareness of the environment, and compelled to do what you know to be the right thing to do. A servant leader will be aware of oneself, will be aware of the others, and will be aware of the environment, and in all that be compelled to do what he knows or she knows is the right thing to do. Another principle is foresight, acknowledging the past, recognizing the present, and anticipating the future while shaping our destiny. We know where we want to be, but we must take cognizance of what happened before and what pertains now, and what the future holds for us. Conceptualization, creating and clearly communicating a vision. A vision is what the future will look like, so that the people we lead will understand and will embrace and work towards achieving it, meaning the vision. Persuasion, inspiring commitment to cause rather than to force compliance. That's very important. Can we, by inspiration, cause compliance rather than force compliance? Calling, which is recognizing and working towards something bigger than ourselves. Number 11, stewardship. The roles we serve and the decisions we make are entrusted to us by the public and can have far-reaching consequences. And lastly, growth of others, commitment to developing people at all levels to their fullest potential. So how then can you model and cause adoption of servant leadership at all levels in the public service? Here are some practical ways of serving as you lead. 1, understanding leadership. When you hear the term leader, who comes to your mind? And if we have the time, we'll go around and hear who comes to your mind. Then the most common answers are a great leader. And in my case, it will be President Museveni. Okay? Positions of authority, special attributes. That's what will come to our mind when we hear the word who a leader is. I want to define the word leader. A leader is one who enables others to face challenges and achieve results, even in complex or difficult situations. A leader is one who enables other people to face challenges and achieve results, even in complex situations. This is what each one of you, each one of us, and anyone in the public service needs to be able to do. Even the sweeper should be able to enable others to achieve, to face challenges and achieve results. So, if we had that time, we would ask you to think of someone you know personally in your life, in your organization, who that enabling you to face challenges and achieve results. And then tell us, what did they do or what do they do that made you or makes them the effective leader? By this type of research, 8 practices have been identified, and they are categorized in 4 leadership practices and 4 management practices. I'll start with the 4 leadership practices. Leadership practice number 1 is scanning. Scanning is simply finding out or being aware. Scanning helps the leader to scan the customer and the stakeholder, find out their needs and priorities, the trends and opportunities and risks that affect their work, the best practices out there through benchmarking. All that is scanning, it's trying to find out. Finding out staff capacities, finding out the level of engagement, the needs, the constraints, and the discipline. We have rampant absenteeism in the education service. A leader will scan themselves and scan the staff and scan the sector for values, strengths, and weakness. And this scanning will provide the right information the team will need in order to perform to their best the tasks at hand. Organizational and individual strengths and challenges will be found out by asking excellent questions so that the workers are assigned responsibilities that fit their capability, but also stretch them to do even better. So that as a leader, you don't throw them in at a deep end when they don't know how to swim. You scan the environment, find out all the potential threats and obstacles that will need to be addressed, and the opportunities which, if taken advantage of, will enhance their performance and improve chances of success. You need to scan the political environment. The need, for example, to align our processes with the manifesto, for example. The economic consequences of your actions and how they contribute to the economic development of the people we serve in this country. We need to scan the social aspect and promote positive social interaction at work, and be mindful of the social dimensions of the work we do. Technology, if we scan well, will help the people we serve live to access and adopt appropriate technology to make their work meaningful rather than repetitive and boring. Environmental scan will illustrate the need, demonstrate through the way we work our concern and protection of the environment by not wasting resources like power and water, and whenever possible adopting new renewable sources. We scan the legal environment, and this will guard our workers against illegal non-compliance, and where it is our role, make and remit pay as you earn an NSF step deduction. That is one leadership practice called scanning. The second one is focusing. With focusing, we articulate the sector mission, vision, and goals, and identify critical challenges to address, link goals and strategy, determine key priorities, and create a common picture of the desired results. In focusing, without focusing, efforts will be spread thinly. Too many projects will be embarked on for the available resources of time, expertise, and money. Most, if not all, projects may not succeed for lack of focus, leading to demoralization. Remember that if you focus the funds raised, they can be hot enough to cut through steel. Focus is powerful. Team effort properly focused and targeted will lead to success and work enjoyment. Another practice is aligning and mobilizing. Ensures congruence of sector values, facilitates teamwork, inspires stakeholders around an inspiring vision, links goals and rewards, enlists stakeholder contribute resources, aligning organizational goals with workers' personal goals. For example, workers want staff development programs that meet their personal professional growth needs. Performance targets with adequate rest and regeneration. And last among the leadership practices is inspiring. Inspiring is also about breathing life into something. We do that by matching our deeds with our words and demonstrating honesty in our interaction, showing trust and confidence in our staff, providing our staff challenges, but also feedback and support, and being a model of creativity innovation, and learning. On the other hand, the management practices are planning, setting sector goals and performance objectives, developing annual work plans, and allocating adequate resources. The second one is organizing, developing a structure that provides accountability and authority, ensuring that systems are in place, strengthening work processes to implement the plan, and aligning work staff capacities with the planned activities. The third practice is implementing. Honorable Minister, you'll be glad to know that we have countries around us that are quit making new policies unless there isn't a similar policy in Uganda. Because they think we have good policies that we don't implement. So an important management practice is implementing, getting things done, integrating systems and coordinating workflows, balancing competing demands, using data for decision so that we use evidence to make decisions, coordinating activities with other programs, and adjusting our plans as we go along. Lastly, monitoring and evaluation, reflecting on progress, providing feedback, and making necessary changes to improve work processes and procedures. So, Honorable Ministers, the big question is, how can the Minister of Public Service, as head human resource manager of all public servants in this country, implement servant leadership? For example, for a doctor whose work involves attending to people who are hurting, people who are very unhappy, people who are often uncooperative. A doctor who witnesses death so often, and sometimes wonder whether he could have done more to prevent it. A doctor who is always on duty. Even when we go to weddings, Honorable Minister, we are consulted at weddings. It means we are permanently on duty. He's always on duty and often goes home stressed and traumatized. Medical marriages are among the most endangered in the world. Medical marriage, at least one of the couple is a doctor. Doctors as a group die younger and often from suicide. Did you know that? How then can the servant leader in the Ministry of Public Service possibly serve the doctor's needs? The big question, how can the Ministry of Public Service, as the head human resource managers of all public servants in the country, implement servant leadership? For example, for a teacher whose work involves trying to explain new phenomena to kids who have no clue at all and have had no lunch. One who witnesses perfectly gifted children fail to make it in life because of teenage pregnancy and lack of school feed. Teachers are always on duty, but do not enjoy much respect from parents and the general public because they earn so little. Some are nearing retirement, but without promotion. But they are told there is no wage. So how can servant leader, Minister of Public Service, possibly serve the teacher's needs? I did, if you have got print out, I did develop the servant leadership flow chart And it's suggesting that if we as the Ministry of Public Service can adopt servant leadership and model it to the people we supervise in the ministries, and they adopt it and model it to the people in the department, and those to the local government, and those to the supervisors, then it is those that will model servant leadership to the workers. And bingo, if we do that, there will be increased motivation, engagement, and productivity. In summary, references also what a writer called Rick Warren wrote in his book, Purpose Driven Life. A servant leaders make themselves available to serve, always on standby to serve whenever the need arises. They are always ready, they are available. They are not distracted by other pursuits. Servant leaders pay attention to other people's needs. They are always on the lookout. They see the need and they seize the moment to meet that need. Servant leaders do their best with what they have. They do not give excuses or procrastinate. They do not wait until adequate resources will be provided one day. Servant leaders do every task with equal dedication. Whatever they do it with all their heart. The size of the task is irrelevant. They only ask a question, does it need to be done? And they do it. One day I led a team, and we decided to call ourselves simply by team. When you meet somebody, you say team. And whenever one of us asks something to be done, the answer was consider it done. So that we are always ready and not procrastinating. Servant leaders are faithful to their ministry. They finish their tasks. They keep their promises and commitments. Servant leaders maintain a low profile. They don't draw attention to themselves. They only put on an apron of humility and serve one another. They are rather like Jesus Christ. When his followers were hungry, he fed them. When they were thirsty, he turned water into wine and gave them to drink. When they were sick, he healed them. When they were grieving, he grieved with them and gave them hope. And when they died, he often brought them back to life. And in our case, some of our civil servants have died as far as service and motivation is concerned. They have given up. We need to bring them back to life. We need to breathe life back into them. And when they were dirty, Jesus washed their feet. And when they sinned, he gave up his own life to save them. No one can match Jesus Christ, but all of us can try. I would have logically stopped here. But Honorable Minister, permit me to add a small bonus for the keeping fit to serve as we lead. And it is about physical exercises. The benefits of physical exercises. It improves heart function and reduces the risk of heart disease. It helps us to manage our weight. I'm not saying reduce our weight. I'm just saying manage our weight. It helps us to reduce our blood cholesterol and the risk of heart attack. Honorable Minister, you'll be concerned to know that we are losing many young people in the ages of 30 to 40 from sudden death in this country. And it is an issue waiting to be researched. Exercises reduce the risk of type 2 diabetes. It lowers blood pressure. It slows the loss of abundance and muscle mass. Honorable Minister, I'm sad to inform you that all of us, especially me, will lose our bone density. Our bone density will reduce and our muscle mass will go down. But what I'm concerned about, we shouldn't go down and be lost in a few months. We should slow the rate at which it is lost so that it lasts us maybe a few years. It improves our balance. I'm glad to tell you that I can now stand on my one leg. And everybody here is younger than me, therefore they would say, big deal. But remember, I'm 75 years old. And for me, to be able to stand on one leg is a great achievement. And I recommend that if you want to be a good servant leader, aim to be able to stand on your leg even when you are 75 years old. If you do, you reduce your risk of falls. It shortens the recovery from operations and admissions if you have got to be hospitalized. And it improves our mood and reduces stress. Honorable Minister, you'll be concerned to note that many times you go to offices and before you speak, somebody looks at you with an angry face and says, yes, what do you want? And you get the impression that some people are like computers. You know, we buy computers which are preloaded with Microsoft software. And some of your workers are preloaded with anger before you meet. There are principles of these exercises. One is customized. If you are today, you do different things than if you are someone who wants you to keep your reflexes. Progressive, all of us should start low and progressively increase the speed and intensity of our exercises. Adaptation, when you start exercises, you start by feeling muscle pains, but if you keep at it, those muscle pains will disappear. Consistency, when I started this, I was told that it will take me 3 months to see any results. And that was a very important advice because people, when they hear this talk, they go out and try it a few hours and give it up because it is not working. You need to be at it for at least 3 months to start reading the results. Variety, different parts of our body need different exercises. And reversibility is that if you stop, you lose whatever you have gained. There is a lot of examples to choose from. You can exercise by walking, skipping, aerobics, swimming, playing, and there are things called muscle strengthening exercises. So I would like to demonstrate to you, ladies and gentlemen, one exercise that has helped me, and that exercise is called the Okuso Nonta. It is in Lusoga, and there is a prize for somebody who is not in Lusoga who can pronounce the word Okuso Nonta. And I'm just going to go ahead and demonstrate it. And Okuso Nonta is running with short steps, taking your feet off the ground only slightly. Because if you are 75-year-old and you take your feet off the ground a lot, you fall. So Okuso Nonta is this. and watch. I'm running, covering a distance. But then I get there and come back. And I keep running like this, and this is called the oxynon. And then I can go back. The beauty of this is that you need only a limited amount of space. And therefore you can oxynon in your office. You can oxynon in your bedroom, on your veranda. I don't recommend that you go on the street because you may that what the Pharaoh can see which before you, and you may fall in the gaping potholes on the road. But you do this, and I do this, and by the time I have done this for 30 minutes a day, I am sweating like a man in trouble. I don't know what women in trouble do, but at least I know that men in trouble sweat. But when I have done that, and I aim to do that every day, and it started on March the 17th, 2020. And I committed myself to covering 10 kilometers a day. And because that was a great feat, I put aside 1,000 shillings as thanksgiving to God for enabling me to do that. And by the end of the year, I was able to contribute 4 million to the expansion of St. Stephen's Hospital, which I helped to start. And on that day of handing over, people who visited were able to add what I had achieved, another 6 million, and I was able to contribute 10 million that day. So, Honorable Minister and members here present, this is to request you to do two things, one of two things. Either you sponsor me, so that instead of putting aside 1,000 per kilometer, I put aside 100,000 per kilometer, or you open your own piggy bank and contribute that every day, as long as you hand over the money at the end of the year to me, so that we complete the expansion of St. Stephen's Hospital, which is on the back of this presentation. Honorable Minister, I'd like to repeat my gratitude for being allowed to talk to the topmost human resource agents in this country. May God bless you.
Thank you, Doctor and Reverend Samuel Ruboga, for that great speech. Members, the hands we've given in are not enough. Let's give him a big hand. Thank you so much. I've been guided that the next presentation will be at midday. As per our program, we were supposed to have the two and then have one discussion. So what that means is that we are going to have a discussion after this great speech before we go for tea. Members, this speech has been very inspiring. You know, being a motivational speaker, I would say is a talent. Because these speakers, they inspire, there is a way they arrange the words or ideas, if you like, to make sure everybody believes them and also thinks in that direction. And this was great. Thank you, Doctor, for that. So as we prepare to go for the comments or some feedback from us. Might not be comments, but we needed to make feedback. This was a great speech, and definitely it has inspired most of us, if not all of us. I want to think that everybody was inspired. Now, most of the issues we are touching because he has systematically taken us through a number of areas which touch on our life as civil servants, how we enter the civil service, how we get out, and how we should have a comprehensive plan. We have here the Department of Public Service, is it Human Resource Planning and Development? I think that was a keynote on our line. And then he came on to tell us that motivation is not necessarily money. When we cry and say, we are only getting, after the tax 1.3, the issue is it only money that should motivate me? I think by his speech, it is not only money that motivates people, and therefore there are others, especially the leaders, the victors, and others. How do you treat your subordinates? It is very important. So being a servant leader is very important, and he has given us many of those. And of course, being a leader and a manager, are you a leader? Are you managing people? Those are areas that he has touched. And today I've learned a new, my vocabulary has increased by medical marriages. I didn't know that if your spouse is a medical, then you are into a medical marriage. Those are new things that we have learned. But the issue of behaving like Jesus, I know some of us, let me add myself there, behave like that, but most of us need to learn a leaf or to pick a leaf from there. Then the big one, they keep fit to serve. I know many of us are culprits here. We need to pick a leaf and also be able to contribute to, the hospital that he has started. Now, that was a simple kind of, summary. We need to give feedback to Doctor for the great speech he has given us. And we have about 30 minutes, and let's utilize it. We shouldn't lose any of the time. Let's utilize it efficiently. Members, the floor is open, and we need to give feedback to the speech that we have just listened to. Yes.
Thank you, Session Chair, the Honorable Minister and our peers. Thank you, Reverend, Professor, and Doctor. And I was titles that resulted into this wonderful presentation. Part of the challenge I have seen as you are presenting, especially on leadership, is you a leader being aware of these things, and the people you are practicing when they are not aware. And somehow it becomes a bit of challenge as we try to do leadership, servant leadership, then others think you are being a wisemaker. One of the key issues is, I think, making sure the people you are leading are equally aware of some of these leadership skills. And I think in service, that's what I've seen is across ministries and departments and agencies, all leaders have their own leadership styles, some of which are not even documented
by Romy Reuters. So, Reverend Dr. Professor, it will be important that we come up with an organized write-up which can be streamed across the entire circuit, so that we can keep on listening modern leadership styles. This will seriously improve the service delivery. Another thing I will come across, I don't know whether it's true or right, that you discover is mostly 10% of the people in an organization will perform, and the rest, they are just there to be counted as members of an organization. So how do we make this 90 also perform so that we can everybody inspire? Then my last is the culture, which is part of what I have already said earlier. This becomes a bit hard to implement or to practice some of these leadership skills in a culture of what we have. And I think one of our areas we are trying to work on is to renovate the public service culture. Otherwise, as we stand, the culture may not be appropriate for us to work. The last is, this need fit, being fit. I've noted with concern that sometimes we lump everybody in the same basket. That is very dangerous. I will be able that means I'm opinion. And I think I'm going to. Thank you so much. I raise my case. I think I've mentioned wrong with my neighbors and so.
Mr. Wafula. I think the word is Okusono. I even wrote it down so that I don't get it wrong. Thank you for that. Members, we are giving feedback to the speech. Let's first get a set of the feedbacks before we. Okay, Mr.
Thank you very much, Professor and our chair. One time, my professor was my consultant in something, and I was his supervisor. And when he came to present, I was sure I would do a good job. The leaders come and go. I've experienced the tendency among staff in organizations when leaders come, when leaders are introducing change, when they want things done a different way in one organization. I don't know whether in public services also there. I was told that Kuala Wada, and I don't know how you would comment on that. You are talking to people, they say Kuala Wada. So you begin wondering whether you are leading the right people or you pass to break their legs to the whole economy. You emphasize something which I wanted to add my voice into. At the college, we have seen a lot of training about mindset change. I've also had a privilege to do some training about mind education. But I've seen most of the countries that were similar to us at a certain stage put a lot of emphasis on mind education. Everything that is done or not done is within the mind. People, as you can see them here, you are presenting very good things. They think very differently. Others are saying, shall we eat that or what? And all kinds of things. So I think the emphasis of us getting into people's mind and changing their thinking in terms of mine education, appreciating. Sometimes you find you want people to think like Ugandans. Then you again get a situation where thinking like a Ugandan is negative. To do wrong things, they say, and you are Ugandan. Why are you acting like you are a Muslim? So ultimately, I think in even leadership, we should emphasize the component of getting people to be together with you. The president has often talked about things, his vision, talking about infrastructure. After putting infrastructure, then everything else comes in. Then you find somebody saying, are we going to eat infrastructure? We are hungry today, we want to eat things now. So the mine education component, I think, is very, very critical. We are in this retreat, and my colleague Alan has just been emphasizing. I had this intentionally said today, I don't want to speak, I want to listen. But sometimes you are in a congregation, people just want to watch and see what are they bringing this time? How are things happening in the retreat? For me, I can't say anything. Then they go and say a lot after the retreat. And I think there was emphasis here that this is an opportunity for us to talk. Talk openly. People are looking at us in the Ministry of Public Service as the source of their problems, the people who live in another world, and all kinds of things. Whenever we go to the field, they say, but you people in public service, you have eyes. And then you say, which eyes now? You are suffering and you are bringing new policies and all that. So I think let's be open, let's talk here, and let's develop the solutions together with these good presentations, the trigger, which came from our professor. I will not go to the words which my colleague Wafula was failing. I'm not good at Usoga. I might have to bring that so, but I know what Usoga means or something like that. But once again, thank you very much for that presentation.
Thank you for that feedback. Members, we are giving feedback to the presentation. Let's have at least, oh yes, yes. Thank you very much, Presenter Professor and the chair. Mine is on the need for us, as we adopt servant leadership, to adopt this as part of the change that we want to see. There are many forums in which we go to, and there's always a reference to the past civil servant. And really, the major difference is just that, servant leadership. That during that time, in the 60s and part of the 70s, what was different was the servant leadership. That we're moving as one and having one purpose and one focus. That if a teacher was in class and they were teaching, in whichever school they were in, they were teaching exactly in the same way. That is why someone would move from Kavale to Sir Samuel Baker in the north. Someone would move from Kotido to Mwili, get the same service from civil servants. So I believe it's not magical, it's not a miracle, it can be done. It can be done. Just call it Aloid. Mr. Pyokyo is reminding me. Yes. So you'd have different ethnicities across the country, serving one government, serving as civil servants, and complying to the policies and guidance that was there at that time. It is something we can reinvent, reintroduce, but by painting a picture of the vision of the service that we want. It is a service led by servant leaders, and it can be done. But if someone is treating a patient in Moroto and one treating a patient in Kawale, it is from the same book, the same script, the same delivery, without other superlatives coming in and other descriptions and slang, which promote the other quote-unquote Ugandan culture. Where people ask you a question that when they intend to say, have you come barehanded, before they can give you treatment. We need to get back to our roots. Essentially, the public service was a public service that was devoid of those kinds of corruption, and there was respect for everyone. All clients were treated equally. People were seeking for registration or retrieval of a land title, wherever you are. The mode of delivery was the same. And I think in the coming financial year, we need to get back to that. I know it was part of NDP 3, and we have it as mindset change. But now we need to actually build and paint the culture and have champions who can spearhead that in every institution and slowly get back to where we are supposed to be. Interestingly, Honorable Minister and Professor, there is one school in Uganda which did something unique. It's a primary school. That school made an internal regulation that you must bring your own children. As teachers, you must bring your children to the school. They must be in the school. Don't take them to private schools. It's a government school. And the way the grades improved, because people cannot teach their children in a poor manner. That is how they solved their issue. They're amongst the schools that excelled. Why? Your child can't ask for a fish and you give them snake. The same thing. That is what we should adopt. If we are serving our very own, they shouldn't ask for fish and start looking for cobras, scorpions, and vipers to hunt with them. So I believe this can be done, and they have set us off. We're going to consider it in our planning. I thank you.
Yes. Members, being a leader, you know what it means. Now we hear from the Honorable Minister.
Yes, thank you very much. We'd like to thank the doctor for this very inspiring talk he's given to us. Unfortunately, the time has been very short. We wish it would have been longer. But I think you are being here, and probably we hope that by the time you leave, the reception that, or the perception, or the impression you get of us will actually endear us to you, such that when we knock at your door next time, not necessarily at a time like this one, you come back. You come back and give us more talk. Really, all these principles are very good. And I think many of our human resource managers, those who have led even in a humble capacity, not big organizations, but even small organizations, as small as the family, have applied some of them. They have applied some of them. They're not too alien and too. Well, I think this this summary have given us servant leaders, Rick Warren, in purpose-driven life. I think this is critical, it's key. In short, it's about our mindset change. You see, mindset change. Are we ready? Are we available to serve? Yes, some people say yes, yes, but when they come out in practice to serve, it's different. Somebody will say yes, especially the time before he's asking for a job or for a promotion. Yes, the readiness will be there, and you can read it on the face. And you think the face is reflecting what is in the heart. Once the job is got, then it's a different story. What was a valuable job has now become, don't bother us. This is what we're doing is thankless. There's nothing like that. So there's a change. We need really to adjust our mind. Are we ready to serve? And are we all the time on standby, whether it is at night or what? Or have we been, we have programmed ourselves in such a way that when it's about half an hour to 5 o'clock, we have all closed our offices and we are going away. And we don't come at 8, we know we should be there. But I think, yeah, for purposes, even the situation under which we are, all this traffic jam and taxis, 10 o'clock is good enough. When we get there. So really the mindset. And then are we considering other people's needs? Because even our client charter now says that it's the client who is central, not so. I think we renewed it recently, didn't we? It's the client, not you, but the person you're serving, whatever description, whatever age, whatever gender, whatever status in life, and so on, or in society. That's central, is key, is the king. Like the traders say, our customer is our king, our boss. So the client we serve, but it is so. Or we are paying attention to our needs and we're using the client to gratify and satisfy those needs of ours. I'm sure you have seen some of these examples. You go walk into any police station, go to some medical center back home at your sub-county. You just go there. Don't go dressed in a coat, and high-heeled shoes. Just go like an ordinary Ugandan who doesn't work even in the service and see the kind of treatment you'll be given. You'll be asked many funny questions. Have you come with a stone to hold the papers from flying off? Have you come with the helper, to assist you? All kinds of things. You see. Then when they are serving, are they doing their best? Yeah, even the resources that we have, are they doing their best? Are those leaders doing their best? Are they trying to innovate, to improvise, so that the service is given? It might not be perfect, but the service at least to satisfy the client's needs. Is it the best? Are we dedicated? When I came to the ministry, I particularly took notice of one office which was really dedicated. And that office in the registry. That one is dedicated. Very early in the morning, before everybody else was like, they were there. And then when for us we are leaving around 6 o'clock, they are there. On Saturdays, Those have come also on Saturdays, they would be there. And even Sundays. Yes. Yes, although I don't know whether they are here. Yes. You know, they would be here. And then I was wondering, are these people Christians? Yes, some of them actually are Christians. So when do they pray? When do they pray? So we pray and become flexible like Muslims. You know, the Muslims, you don't have to go to the mosque to pray. No. God is everywhere. As long as some place is comfortable and good enough, you carry on your prayers and you bring the contact to your God and then continue with the work. That's what the Muslims do. So these fellows had also become like the Muslims in a way. So on Sundays they would be here. I think they would pray before they open the door and they would be there. That's the kind of dedication. Not that they don't have farms at home, or that their children are not ill, or that, but it's okay. Yes, farm work, that's okay. But also there's this other one. We left so many files unattended to. Why don't we put in extra hours to ensure that the files are attended to? And in the morning when we come, we start from the clean slate. And as a result of that, these days we don't see a big crowd of clients. So please, even our headquarters, there's something to look at. And it is not gone like some people think. No, it's not gone. You see, so they are dedicated and they are faithful, to the ministry, and they keep their promises. And these, I think, promises, the faith is increasing. The faith is increasing. And then again, those registered people, they have maintained the low profile. I don't see them, moving flamboyantly with the chests very high. Kifua mbele and ile behind the nyumba, and then otherwise, if you do that, you're going to select people and your clients will not do what. So that profile, not that they are, humble people, therefore they should be like doormats, just wipe your feet. No. They are humble because they're doing a good job. They know what they are doing. And they are, but that way they can even serve better. So the thing is really now, I think in this lecture, we are being challenged. Are we those servant leaders? We are also being challenged. If we are not, can we make that that change? And it is possible to make the change. Yes. Even when you have shaved your head clean and it is gleaming like this, which means that you should be like a Roman emperor or senator. It's possible with all that attire to actually serve very well with humility. And then that humility will actually give you the respect that you need. So now, the challenge is that, are we ready to change our mind and get back on the ground and serve our people? In spite of the challenges. Sometimes people think that the challenges are only today. That's what people think. They think in the 60s there were no challenges. And sometimes we really glorify the good old times. Not so. We talk of somebody. I started working in 1975 as a classroom teacher. I was getting 1,000 shillings, 1,200, because I was, first of all, I held an upper second degree. You know, those days, if you got first class, upper first class, you earn 1,300. Second class, you earn 1,200. The ordinary degree, 1,000. See, yes, those days. But people, when you told them, oh, things are okay, those were the good days. When the money was really heavy, well, what are you talking about? Those are not good days. At least I went through them. Sugar was being, rationed and so on. And how much would 1,000 get you anywhere at that time? Very little. When I compare to what the situation was in 1975 with what it is today, today is better. Yes, today is better. Why? I lived through it. I did. So challenges are all there all the time. You see? And if you don't look at your situation and say, oh, this is the worst, oh, we're looking for this. And therefore you become despondent and you don't even become negative. You see? So you can't be negative. You can only be positive by saying, yes, this challenge, how do we overcome it? How did the other people who lived through the economic war of 1972, how did they overcome the economic challenges? Learn lessons from there. Then those who lived in the 80s, from 1980, the post-military government, how did they overcome challenges? So now we can say, how do we overcome? By the way, as human beings, we are made to overcome. We are meant to overcome challenges. And when these challenges come, they lead to development, to change. If there is no challenge, if you are meeting nothing, then rest assured you are a dead body. You are a dead body. Because when the body dies, when you die, if there's a challenge, the challenge of making you walk, will you walk? Yeah? Have you ever seen dead bodies walking? Nothing. So, but as long as you are alive, then these challenges are there. And then you have got a brain, and all of you actually are better educated. Now you are better suited to meet this challenge. You have read, you've gone to Harvard. Some of you have many degrees. Others, like our motivational speaker, is doctor. And behind the doctor, there is this other one. This is yeah. Now, what other challenge can defeat us? It's challenge of a little bit of money. Yes. Okay. The money does not come from finance, but we can still, there's some money still floating around. Yes. How can we now try to get it the right way? And the way you sweat. For us in the 70s, the money was not enough. We had no chance of twisting people. How would you be corrupt in the school? Sell chalk. Who would buy chalk? Do all kinds of things. What? So for us, we went into carpentry. We went into farming. You see, those days even the borders were not around. So we went that way. You get your 1,200. You also have a carpentry workshop, which gives you occasionally something like maybe every month, something like 300,000. Maybe Wednesday, but you are dedicated to your work. So the challenge now of little pay, how do we go about it? Right? Still change the payroll. Change the payroll. Frustrate someone, ask someone who has come with a stone to hold the phone, or, you know, ask someone to visit that petrol station. By the way, have you visited the other? There is somebody called Peter at that petrol station. Have you greeted him? Say yes. Okay. Now we can sit for the interview. Because you know you have gone through, you have seen Peter, and you have deposited the 10 million, depending on the job. Not so. These are some of the things which are done. People sit down and calculate. What is my new? I am now fast. Fast. What is in it? Is there anything? Is there procurement in it? Say yes, and then I'll work. Even if they give me 600,000 shillings, I'll work. If there's nothing like that, also that's not a good job. I would rather still walk the streets because there's nothing. Have you gone through? Have you seen Peter? Have you talked to him at the other petrol station, petrol station? Yes. Because you sat down. If you are now, you want to be assistant commissioner. So they calculate. Now, supposing that, how much does an assistant commissioner get? Now, so 1.2. And this person, assistant commissioner, has got to that rank when he or she is 35. This person is going to retire, how many? 25 years later. Okay? So the calculators are very handy. You calculate 25 years later, you are getting 1.2 assistant commissioner times 12. You know, how much is that? You get those calculators. 1.2 times 12 times 25. 360 million. Okay. But there are these round trips also. Every quarter. Calculate. There are these round trips. You had the round trips, you know, per quarter. Wait, that will come later. First, we work for the gross. Get the round trips. How much is that per quarter? And there are these workshops and seminars which we are going to attend, and I'm told they have been programmed. At least every year, you should have 4 workshops, you know, on the conservative side. You had that. And then, by the way, even 3 years, you qualify to be promoted. So after 3 years, chances are, because you look bright clearly, you are going to be the commissioner. Now, you know, we don't go to the scale of the commissioner now. For the rest of, 20 years. 20 years you are commissioner. And who knows, you might even become, the BS. Hey. But let's not go that way. But let's see what is really realistic. So how much? Okay, knock off the tax, the pay as you earn. Is it about 20%? 30. And you remain out of, about 600 million, move 30%. How much is that? 480. Okay. And for me, I'm really being very nice and courteous. I only need only 10%. So that's why you should go and don't meet there with 10%. And it is up front. Yeah? So 10% is how much? 42 million. Is that too much? Really? Let's be honest. It's 42 million. Take it there. This is, people are now doing this. They calculate, they are very scientific. Okay? And if you are paid 42, and it's not only you alone. Allen also has the job, must also be. Now, of course, the position, there may be two positions. 30 people have vied for them, and only 2 are going to be appointed. So the field has bagged some 42 million from 30, and only 2 are going to do what? Get the job. And then you don't question. Hey, why is it that I don't pass? I talked to Peter, and I fulfilled, I didn't pass. Of course, when you ask a doctor why the patient has died, and of course, if you want a postmortem from the scientific one, he died of cardiac arrest. Okay? Now, if you want a postmortem of how you perform, by the way, even under in the standing orders, you're not entitled to know. You can't say, oh, how many marks did I get? And you? How many marks did I get? That's none of your business. So anyway, in the end, you do a disservice. So you must change your mind, really, and serve, but also meet some of the extra needs without necessarily hurting our own clients and our own people. So this is very important. I think maybe after having had this and seeing these testimonies from people, I think from today, we shall not be the same. We shall actually be those servant leaders, yes, who listen, who pay attention, who are not listening to our mobile sets. And these have become also very common. The professor is giving a talk, somebody is busy with the mobile set. Now, how much have you taken? And okay, so but the professor gave us the write-up, yes, but I'm not going to read this write-up on Saturday. Where there is a wash party, this party is sometimes they call them what? Baby washing or something. Baby showering. There are baby showering parties. Now look at this. It is pregnant and we say, oh, the baby is showering. What are you doing? And so on and so forth. So all this, is it showering and the actual physical washing of the stomach, or you are giving gifts to the mother of the expectant mother? What if you produce a python? Here you are laughing. I'm told this river here, River Mayanja. It's supposed to be a child, but it turned out to be a river. Have you heard of that story? And Mayanja's father was a Munyoro. This is what I hear. So when the child was born, the Mayanja faithfully goes back to the father, to Munyoro also. What is all this nonsense? Yes, instead of reading important things. So let's see. And by the way, it is you people who should take the lead. That's why whenever things go wrong, they say public service. When a teacher has not taught for many years, they say public service. When the doctor is not in the hospital, it is public service. Public service, service. When a cow has deducted through the HR, some money from the worker, it is public service. So in other words, yes, they are saying public service, we should take the lead because we are in charge of the policies. So So why don't we take the lead and show the servant leadership? And then the rest will fall in line. Thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you. Mine is not a question, mine is just because I don't think this lecture was so good, I don't have questions to ask. It will just sit and elaborate. Show that, yes, these things work and we can should have servant leaders following the example of Jesus Christ. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for those words of wisdom. Members, we need to manage time. But commenting on what has come from our Minister of Public Service is that he has shared the past experience, make us all let us learn from that wealth of wisdom. And I hope all of us have taken that and have been listening. Now, in the interest of time, we shall let those others who have, I know all of us have useful comments. So all of us who have additional comments, we could write it down and give it to our organizers. But at this point in time, I want to request our motivational speaker probably to make a comment on what we have said. Thank you so much, Doctor.
Thank you very much. I'm very excited that there were comments. And I would like to respond as follows. One, somebody said, we have been made aware, but the people we lead may not be aware. And I did say that the role of a leader is to enable others to face challenges and achieve results. So by that token, somebody has accepted the responsibility that what he has learned, he will use it to make others aware. That in some organizations, 10% perform, and you know that some leaders actually accept that. And they accept that and they are prepared to be among the 10% or even the 1% and do all the work when they are the leaders. That is unfortunate. In fact, what you need is laziness at the top so that it will inspire hard work at the bottom. Don't do all the work and then claim to be the leader. Introducing change, yes. What we have been advised is to cause it rather than enforce it. So let's find ways of making people want to change. I went to and held a 3-day workshop for people in the districts. It was in Fort Portal. People involved in orphans and vulnerable children. And the group from Kasese was a great example. They stood up and with a lot of anger, they said, another workshop. You give us 1 million shillings a year and you then come, what is another workshop going to help us? I'm glad to tell you that after 3 days workshop, we allowed them to go away for a month. And when they came back after a month, that same team from Kasese had mobilized 80 million shillings. And they had even formed a committee to receive applications from organizations that we are dealing with disabled children. And therefore they have been able to start giving support. The change we want to adopt, we should be the change we want to adopt. And I'm very excited about the Uganda example, Uganda Primary School. Many comments have been made about our health service. And I had the pain of hearing the commissioner in one of the ministries saying, I cannot take the risk of taking my child or myself to Mulago Hospital. That would be a death wish. Fortunately for me, I can go to Nairobi, and I almost left the office in pain. Now you will be glad to know that on October 1, I'm going to have an eye operation. And my children in the US have invited me to go to the US to have the eye operation. And I have said, no, thank you. I'm going to have the eye operation in Mulago Hospital. Mulago Hospital, you will be glad to know, has the best operating microscope in the entire East Africa region. And it is lying unused. The other day, we were at the Civil Service College, and top military officers asked the presenter, why is healthcare in the private sector so expensive? What is the ministry doing to control it? And this young man, may God bless him, asked them, please put up your hand, sirs. If in the last 2 years, you have either used a government hospital or taken your child to a government hospital, and none of them had used the government hospital for the last 2 years. And they are the people with the money, and they are supporting the private sector. No wonder they are pushing up demand for private medicine. But me, congratulate me, clap your hands for me. When I go to London, I went to London and went to a clinic, and they gave me a bill of £60 consultation. And I asked the question, is this what you charge even doctors? And they said, are you a doctor? I said, yes. They tore that piece of paper. In Uganda, I have gone to many hospitals, including Nakasero Hospital. I don't pay consultation, but I still use government services. Are you ready to use government hospitals? If you did, then the quality will improve. Inspiring. The Honorable Minister reminded me of what I said to the teachers, that I have looked at all the application forms for jobs, letters for jobs, and they all start, I humble apply. But as soon as you get the job, the humility flies away. Lastly, although the task is daunting, I have adopted this admonition for myself. I never allow what I cannot do to prevent me doing what I can do. So that if I can do, I always do. May God bless you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Reverend Samuel Oboka. Those are many titles. No wonder you are this great in giving a speech. Members, we quickly want to see, to summarize what we have picked from this. In addition to the presentation which has been shared on both the SMT and eNotes board for us, that means each and everybody has access to this presentation. Thank you, Doctor, for that. As through our conversation, a few things have come through. There was a proposal, and probably this is to the organizing team. There was a proposal to have an organized write-up in the form of this motivational speech to be accessible at any time by all those who may wish to look at it. Then we are also looking at, yes, we have the mindset change, which we normally have at the Civil Service College Uganda, but we are being reminded that we can actually take it a notch higher and include mind education to help our minds get oriented to adopting change. Then we are also looking at, we need to adopt the need for mind leadership into the change management. And probably we need to start with where we are under rationalization, where we want to focus on change management. And then painting a picture of the public service we want to see tomorrow. This is for all of us that we need to look at that. And of course, there is the famous oxonometer, which I know it is easy for most of us who have failed to do the rigorous aerobics. I know, Sarah, you are looking at me. I'm not talking about you. But I know there are others who are in that team. We need to adopt this. I want to thank the organizing committee for giving me this chance to chair this session. And I hand over to the moderator. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair of the sessions, but just to let you know that your sessions is not yet over. It will only be over after the presentations from National Planning Authority. I'm also happy to announce that amidst us is the Executive Director of National Planning Authority, who will be formally introduced at an appropriate time when he's coming to talk to us. Joseph, you are most welcome. So, Madam Chair, you are still in session, and our keynote speaker is taking leave of our gathering. Thank you so much, safe journey. Now, we have had ourselves tea, and I must congratulate all of you for handing yourselves tea. And we have 2 serving queens, and we will quickly pick our cup of tea, coffee, and come back so that we can save time. Most probably we will have to have a working tea. Without wasting time, let's have ourselves and pray. I'm not going to call anybody else to come and pray for this tea. And when I pray for this tea, most probably the same prayer will serve for lunch. That is if you have had yourselves lunch at that time. Let's pray. Almighty Father, there are millions out there with a lot of appetite, but they don't have what to eat. And there are people also out there with too much to eat, but they don't have the appetite. Here we have both appetite and what to eat. We ask you to kindly bless both our appetite and what we are going to eat. In your name we have prayed.
How do we fight? How much you are able to do? You don't have appetite. Let's go on. Power. That's the language. Power. You might be able to get by. Yes. No, very simple.
No, it's not. I have, because
One thing I'm proud of, now I was very honest. No, I was
See what's happening now, it's been training. Never got this.
With nightingale, who's walking over in the light of day. Why
Ladies and gentlemen, having tea on the window, it would be prudent that you resume your seats. And then, as a matter of principle, we proceed on our working team. Session chair, please kindly resume your place of respect. And those who are online, please, and those who are serving especially, please quicken the process. Let's not over bargain. If we want 2 or 3 Ugoya, let's not bargain. That is causing a bit of traffic jam. We are giving ourselves about 2 minutes and then we kick off. So let's get set, let's get organized. In about 2 minutes, we should be kicking off.
I think, let me hope all of us have rejuvenated ourselves in terms of having something to eat. The music. Susan, can we have the music off?
Thank you very much, moderator. Honorable Minister, the staff of Ministry of Public Service in your various capacities, media, ladies and gentlemen. We now come to the point where we're going to hear from NPA. NPA is represented by none other than the Executive Director, Dr. Joseph Muvawala, who is a veteran statistician. He has worked in various capacities, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Finance, and is also my Katukiro of Busoga Kingdom. His subjects, may you please stand up for his subjects, wherever you are. Yes. So besides us being Ministry of Public Service, we are also the employer of the subjects of the Busoga Kingdom. And today we are hearing from none other than the Prime Minister. But on a serious note, we are in a planning retreat for senior management, and it's extremely important that we hear the direction from the National Planning Authority. Dr. Joseph Muvawala, Executive Director, you're welcome. Please give him a round of applause.
Wow. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Minister, Public Service, Ministers of State present, the Permanent Secretary, Directors, Commissioners, Assistant Commissioners, Principals, Seniors, Officers, and the people who support the work that we do, without whom the youth support would not work, the support staff. Gentlemen, one of the first is that I am here myself for a reason. One of these days I've become too old to make presentations. But this is a very important presentation for you. And I'm going to make a presentation from my heart. It is not going to be on the street. It's not because I have not written a paper, I have. And let me introduce my colleague, Alan Kayolo. He's a doctor to be, one of the greatest people I have worked with in this world. He's a 4.9 CPD for all his studies. If you want to prepare this paper, so when you read it and it has any problems in your mind, I introduce them. But if it's a very good paper, they are all his. Now, Secondly, I feel very uncomfortable speaking when people are behind me because I have a teacher in me. So I'm going to see me trying to see whether they are attending to me. If standing there would have been better, but that's okay. And one of the reasons I don't use PowerPoint. Leaders, I don't use PowerPoint. Because when I use PowerPoint, people don't concentrate on me. I woke up in the morning, put on a suit and a shirt. I needed you to see me. And I hope all of you are seeing me. Okay, this is what you asked me to do. To update you on the NDP 4 preparations and the subsequent implications. But first and foremost, let us back up a little bit. You know that most of the things we do in this country about planning must have a basis. You also know that we have a government in power. But you should know that planning is politics. Many of you make that mistake. Planning is politics. The chief planner of this country then happens to be the president of this country. So when I see many of you complaining of these blue letters and whatever, then I say that people are not well conceptualized. The chief planner of this government is not Dr. Mbowe, it is His Excellency, the President of this Republic. And let me take you a little step back for you to know where, when we do plans, how do we be truthful? One, how many of you know the 4 principles of the movement? And you're working for a government which won an election, and it's the movement government. How many of you know the principles of this movement? Pan-Africanism, socio-economic transformation. Yeah? Yes. So the plans we do must be able to speak to the principles of the people in power. That's number one. Number two, how many of you are familiar with the 10-point program? And if you are not, go and pick them and read them. Because whatever you do here must implement what the leaders of this country think. How many of you are familiar with the 10-point program? Yes, thank you. And particularly, I want you to pay attention to the 10-point program of an integrated self-sustaining economy. Beyond that, I want you to pay attention to point number 9, the mixed economy. What does a mixed economy mean? It means that where the market cannot allocate resources efficiently, the public should come in and support that market. So in a strategic direction, when you see me returning UDC, Uganda Development Corporation, when you see us returning UDB, when you see us investing in public banks, when you see us investing in UTM, UTL now, when you see us investing in Imlago, when we say that we have introduced an objective of the role of the state in development in the plan, you should know why we are doing so. We brought back UDC for purposes of UDC nurturing those investments that the private sector are not interested in. And then when they are nurtured, they are put on the market for private participation. We brought back UDB because the market for banks for money had failed to clear. We have very high interest rates. So what we have to do, we come and distort the markets. We distort these markets and we give money to UDB. UDB is lending at what rate? How many of us know UDB? Yes? They are lending at all. And what is the running rate in the market? 20 something. Yes. And what rate does government borrow? Treasury bills? 16%. So what we do in government, we borrow at 16 and take it to UDB to give it to a 12. But it is strategic. We want to push all the other banks towards those rates. So you remember that in NDP3 we chose to go programs. And this is where I want us to really be careful and understand. Many people were used to their sectors
where you sit in your sector, you do your thing as if that sector does not affect the other. We decided to go program. A set of related activities leading to the same results. So for you to become a program, there must be result coherency. What program are we in as this ministry? Which program do we lead? Yes, public sector transformation. And you know, for me, I'm a teacher, you must participate in it. And all your answers are right because you're adults. So don't worry. Public sector transformation. The goal of public sector transformation is to transform our public services to deliver the development goal, which is improved lives, increased income. That is your goal. So today you have asked me to talk about the new plan. I'm also going to ask you a question, and I will determine whether you're going to repeat a class or I will promote you. How far have you achieved the goals and the targets of the public sector transformation program? Can you give me a number? Our discussions are going to be based on that. Just give me a number. You think you have done 30%, 60%, 40%, 47%? What's your number?
Ourselves at about that.
At 30. 36. Okay, is that a pass or fail? Thank you very much. And now don't ask me about the next plan. This is what we are proposing to this government. The entire government has performed at around 17% at midterm. Okay? You have performed better than the entire government. So you are above average. Wow. But we still all fail as a government. But there is a reason why we have failed. The obvious one is COVID. That one, we hide behind COVID, all of us. But the other problem that have failed us, implementation of challenges. Now let me give you another story. The other problem that have failed us, the delivery of quality services. What has happened in this country is that we have democratized services. We have democratized health and education. It is now easier for you to walk to a health center, less than a kilometer. How many of you can go to a health center and have a tooth extracted? The answer is no. When I was young, I would ride my bicycle from Chimuga to town, 10 kilometers to the main hospital and have my tooth extracted. Now I can't go to the main hospital and have my tooth extracted. So we have a number of health units, but the service delivery has gone down. We have more schools, but the learning outcomes have gone down. We have more civil servants, but the delivery of government services has also gone down. So this is what we are proposing to government. That since your theme is about achieving industrialization, since your goal is about achieving improved incomes at the household, since your objectives are all still valid, we are saying, please don't change your theme, don't change your goal, just simply improve the way you implement and move faster to achieving your goals. You want me to talk more about strategic direction? I have finished your lecture. I have precisely finished. The strategic direction you're going to see is going to emphasize better implementation, better delivery of services, and it's going to require you in your program to go and evaluate all your interventions and only give us those interventions that can deliver your goals faster, that are more efficient and more effective. You understand me?
Yes, sir.
In other words, as a country, we failed the class. We are going to hit until we achieve the goal. We will not change the goal. Many of you have been in government, I think I've noticed that we have been lying to be doing Every plan comes with a new objective. Another one, just changing words, but meaning the same. So this time, Honorable Minister and PS and ministers, I am being very bold. And I am putting my neck on the road to be hurt. But I am convincing the entire country that we have not achieved what we said to achieve, and yet what we have not achieved still remains relevant. And for that matter, I am proposing that we keep the course. We consolidate what we have achieved and improve our service delivery. Now, who is the most important program right now? By show of hands. In your view, if my strategic direction is to achieve better implementation, better service delivery, the minister has been talking about money. What should we give him the money in the next plan? My show of hands. When I come here and I give you money and you don't even clap. Now, the planning workshop must help us to deliver a better public service that delivers services more efficiently and effectively and faster. That's it. Minister, for me, I'm very happy. Those stories you are talking about, I have never faced. During our time, I got my job and I am here. I have even gotten one of the most top jobs without even having asked how much I would have. And I'm enjoying it for the last 10 years without anybody asking me. But the young ones, the story you are saying is very akin to what I see, even in the region that I live. They ask teachers for 3 million kids, a teacher. Now, I think this planning workshop should now consider how do we move from where we are to a better place to deliver the national plan. Let me tell you another story. Government is the biggest spender in this economy. Unfortunately, the Kenyan economy, the private sector is the biggest spender. So you can afford to ignore public service in Kenya. You cannot afford to ignore public services in Uganda. You know, all of you stand here. The Kenyan is seeing it's like these young kids when we were growing up. When my father bought a little car, I said, hey, that is already but it's a car. The way you drive a big one is the way you drive this small one. So Kenya and Uganda are not the same economically. So the public services of this country must be top notch if we are going to deliver the fast growth that the president wants us to deliver. The president has directed that we must grow double digits. And remember the key assumption. Public investment is driving. What is driving growth? Public investment. And therefore you need public servants who understand that what they are doing is what is driving growth. You know, they say private sector is the engine, isn't it? But can the engine drive without a driver? Who is the driver? Public service is the driver. Private sector is the engine. Now, what are the implications? It implies that we must be efficient as a program. Number two, that what we intended to rationalize should happen. But the ones we rationalize should be those that lead to better productivity and efficiency. It cannot be, I don't like Mubawala, so I'm removing that agency. But if it does not add value, you remove it. And I think we need to be very tough. But PS and minister and PS, I think we also need to move further in the next plan. You can't just rationalize agencies without rationalizing ministries. You are maintaining some inherent problems by not touching some of the the ministries. I will not mention mine, I can list up the PS knows. So the PS knows that we have struggled to say, let us rationalize the Prime Minister's office. I know it's not politically right, but technically, unless you do it, whatever we are talking about is not making much sense. Let's use the right language there. You can never have a monitor who is also making noise in the class. The class will be noisy. And unfortunately, in this country, the monitor is making more noise than the other students. Now, how about you monitor me when you make more noise? For me, I've used a metaphor, and I've left it. You can never have programs. When every minister thinks they're equal to the other. When Ramuru calls another minister and says, we are appointed by the same person. One must lead the other. So the program leadership. In South Africa, when you determine the program, structures change with the plan. Just like the budget is changing with the plan, we want structures to change with the plan. The structures we have to be agile enough to deliver the plan. If we have 20 programs, we are asking for 20 things. And that's it. I can see all of you are looking at me and this is impossible. It is impossible, but we have to talk about it. And now internally, PS and Prime Minister and PS, for me, I think a fundamental mistake is being made in this country. We are fooling around with manpower planning. Manpower planning is an HR function. And you can see how we are subjugating HR and manpower planning to administration. Big mistake. I want to tell you today, you are making a big mistake and you are driving to hell. Another big mistake. You're getting planning and putting it under administration. When you go and look at the PFM, it starts with what? PFM starts with planning. The next thing is what? Budgeting. The next one is what? Expenditure. The other is what? Impact evaluation. How can you get the beginning of the and take it to a man who is spending? So you plan and also spend. Why don't we think from first principles? From first principles, there is no planning can be under expenditure. Forget about it. Big mistake. But there is a cabinet decision for which we are contesting. I am contesting those two areas. And I'm hoping that I will be supported. I come from Kosovo. I always say the truth and the truth. But you know why I'm speaking like this? One of the biggest supporters of this ministry. He was at the center of bringing back peace to Kosovo. None of you don't know. So I can come here and enjoy myself. I know I'm protected. The PS is my sister. Anyway, that's the thing. But I hope I have made my point. And if I make it beyond that, I'll miss you. I want to thank you because you know I am also a civil servant. I started in this service when I was earning 80,000 shillings. 80,000. And my rent was 150. So I want to tell you that it will be better now. Even with $1 million, you can rent a house. With 80,000, we couldn't rent a house. But we have grown to the top of this service. And I am retired at 46. I thank you, PS, for allowing me to retire. So for me, I am an example of a successful civil servant and a very proud one. A very, very proud civil servant. National and international at any time. I don't see interviews and fail. No way. And I want to thank the service for giving me a chance to be what I am become.
May God bless you. And I am hoping that you're going to enjoy this workshop. Any questions? I don't feel questions. I finish and I can head to soccer without any. It looks like I have got very well. And may God bless you. You're going to come? Please, second, please, I have no problem.
Thank you very much, Mozukulu. I'm very excited about the short and elaborate talk. You are on top of the game, I must admit. You know us and you know us. I'm particularly excited about human resources. Several times I've talked with colleagues. We have even discussed with the minister that you cannot deliver services without the most important resource. Whether you pump in a lot of money and send it to local government, but if there is no committed human resource, it will fail. I even told my minister, we don't need guns to overthrow this government. The human resource in civil service can overthrow it in one day. In one day. By refusing to work. I'm very happy that the president is always referring National Planning Authority. You have a representative in the names of Pamela Kasabiti, Babas. Can you kindly talk to her? Talk to her that we need money in the Ministry of Public Service to enhance salaries. Talk to her. And also, you can talk to me that the president is appointing many people. If he's appointing the minister, he's appointing Mary Grace Mukasa, but he's also appointing my permanent secretary, who is the minister. Meaning, if you are an appointing authority, all of us are reporting to you. All of us are reporting to you. But you told the minister, you are the supervisor of the permanent secretary. Don't you think this permanent secretary, if she's not kind-hearted like this one, can also report you to the president and you lose your job? Because she's reporting directly to the appointing authority. Tell him to let it pass. Let the hierarchy be maintained, so that we can supervise ourselves properly. Thank you very much.
We are very happy with the presentation. It's been short, but I can maybe describe it as statistical. It only lacks a few figures. But that beside the point, rationalization will certainly go even to the ministries. It's just the beginning. Well, the principle is, yes, let's have a system and arrangement which is efficient, which saves resources, so that these resources which are scarce are put to in certain areas that are wanted. And when they are there, they will generate more resources for our better development. So that one, I think, is coming at the next stage. Even the experience we have had in discussing graphics back and forth, and tempers rising, and people fearing to leave, they think maybe the exercise has targeted these people. individually, which is not the case. But somehow the impression has been created. And in meetings, we have shouting bouts. And then, so that kind of thing. Plus, of course, the feeling of, how do I call it, echo and empire behind that kind of thing. We cannot do it all at once. It's better, since it's a big elephant, we start skinning from a smaller side. Let's have the agencies and so first. Then we look at the ministries. Then we look at other institutions like Parliament. Then we look at Cabinet. Then we look at all the others. These others. And finally, when we have done that, rationalization will be laid first. We start working, and then the process begins again of improving, customizing, even rationalizing. It's really a cycle. It's, you remember if you read Greek mythology about the labor of, or the myth of Sisyphus. You keep rolling things like that endlessly. That's it. Yeah, that's it. So that is going to happen. Now, before that happens, an NPA help us make even these arrangements which seem to have contradictions, but are still relevant for, shall we say, political expedience. They can also be improved so that we work with them until finally we get there, and until finally some of their uses become redundant, like the appendix. We can really get rid of them without too much pain or tears, such that the contradictions don't become too acute to the extent that they will even curtail even the good. So that's what I'm think, calling for scratching yourselves and so on. Like that's a crucial point. These human resources, these planners going under administration. For us public staff, I've said, okay, so but there's a dedicated department. Not that really the kata is going to be diffused under the general hustle and bustle of administration. No, the practical and technical work of the planner still is there and it's been captured. And then even the NPA, a few changes, but maybe in the changes there's some augmentation as well instead of reducing. Such that, okay, can we see, will that work? The idea is not to kill the planning function, because it's very crucial, it's very important. You cannot move without a plan, without having good statistics and so on. So now, what else can we do under this arrangement, which so far has gained currency even in cabinets and has been informed by, well, land people, land people are two sides of a coin. The coin with the crown was there. Now there's the coin now with a, what is it, a pushback or something. Now which is the crystal grain. It's now which is saying, okay, let's have this, but let's have the function but under this for some obvious reasons. What other measures can we put in that kind of arrangement or structure to ensure that the function is not lost? It is not starved, that it suffers from kwashiorkor. It remains vibrant and it performs its duty to the logical conclusion the way we want it. And somehow it helps us even move forward, even under this kind of house. Thank you.
Honorable Minister. Members were making comments to the presentation by Dr. Mugawara. Yes.
Thank you so much, Doctor. I have three quick comments. One, the public sector transformation program is the most unpacked, is the most broken down program in the entire NDP3. Probably it is also not surprising, therefore, that our performance has surpassed the national average. We are very, very unpacked program. The second comment, sir, is that as a sector, we are in the process of developing the the training policy in public service. We have just finished the regulatory impact assessment, and it should be before our political leaders for clearance, then it goes to cabinet. So one thing that has come out in our regulatory impact assessment is that the lack of commitment of the decision makers to finance training in this country is alarming. We talk about the quality of human resource in civil service, but if you look at how we are building this capacity, it is a bit of haphazard, coupled with, of course, other problems like so many other training colleges. If it came to you, please give us all the necessary support, both input so that that policy is passed and it becomes a working document of government. Finally, sir, it is slightly outside the Ministry of Public Service, but you have brought it. You have talked about institutions like critical institutions, strategic critical institutions like Uganda Development Bank. One thing is constituting it is in place, but it's another to check on how it is operating. Development financing is different from commercial financing. Development Bank, as it is now, is a collection of commercial banks officers who are employed in UDB. Most staff in UDB come from commercial banks, and they go there with the mentality of commercial banks. And yet, development financing is very different from commercial financing. It is something possibly you might want to look through. Thank you.
Thank you for that submission. Yes, please.
Thank you very much, ED, for giving us direction. As a ministry, we are very delighted and appreciative that at the beginning of NDP3, we mentioned that we were so ill prepared. By the time the program settled, we envisaged that we would actually have this kind of decision at this time. So it is good that we have taken it boldly and will carry on, but more strategically. One of the things that needs to be emphasized is to shed off those peripheral interventions, which is good because you consolidate. You mentioned the consolidation of what is working well. Indeed, but the challenge that we face as a program is that everyone wanted to stay exactly where they are. Recently, as we were planning for the budget allocations of 23-24, there was an exercise that you took us through where there was an allocation of points. I thought that was very good. However, even with the allocation of points, somehow we did not make a cutoff. You know, you can't have an allocation of about how many? 30 interventions, 35 interventions, and you're grappling with a small budget. It was 200 billion, and then it even reduced. So if we're going forward, let us be even bolder and say what is on the peripheral. Let it now be skewed, moved to the, let it be archived. Let it be archived. We concentrate all our resources on the most critical, and then we'll be able to have impact. We're aware that His Excellency the President is always saying, stop sprinkling resources. And that's what we have been scared of getting into, that we're still sprinkling resources. And this is what should be driving the next level of rationalization, that as we restructure ministries, we are putting in tighter. The most critical, it's not that everything, one size fits all, everyone must remain exactly where we are. So that is very important. We must concentrate on the most critical, pull in, look, cost saving, but also rationalization of the human resources, that when we say these are the pain points, if we are talking about business process engineering, it is that. If we are talking about, actually for us as a ministry, now the most important to see impact is on performance management. If we don't fund performance management, we're going to keep on doing the same thing and expecting different what? Results. We're talking about education. If we can't tighten performance management down to the primary school level, even for PDM, yes, PDM is a bag of all sorts of things, others which I will not mention. But if we are not going to tighten at that level and we say all of us are going to use the scorecard because we must measure our input, we must see what is the outcome of coming, of whatever resources have been injected into this area, whether it is on roads, whether it is on water, name it, production. I have this number of agriculture extension workers. This is what they are supposed to produce. This is the outcome. If it is bags of coffee, we must relate it to each and everyone who has been given resources. So for us, our pain point is that one. We have talked about service delivery. Yes, we are not very happy with it and whatever and what, but we are not measuring it. If the primary school teacher of your lower primary school cannot be measured at the literacy levels of her graduates, because you first graduate from that level, of her graduates are only 10%. And then we say, okay, this is a pain point. How do we improve it? But right now we can't do that. You hear of WESO and all other NGOs, they do our assessment for us and then they getting some money from development partners. But the core business is ours. Why should we be relying on NGOs to do those assessments for us? And even when they give them to us, we don't go to the pain points and they say, and we say, okay, what is missing? Capacity building of these primary levels. How are we going to undertake it? Like this. And what I'm talking about are core functions of human resource management, not administrators, the ones who feed. And that is where we must separate sheep from goats.
Yes.
Yes, because I've used that expression, but that is how we are going to see deliverables in the service. Performance management. It must be funded. We went to your friends, World Bank, and we're telling them, please fund this performance management, but no one is very interested. They don't own this country. It is us who own it. And we are the ones to say this is what is going to shift everything. Whether it is manning a police station, whether it is bringing down crime levels, everything is about performance management. Measure what I am doing. There should be a reduction of everything. Even here, we saw some performance management. I've talked about the police. I want to give a vivid example. We had a theft here where you're sitting. And someone came and vandalized some ambulances there and specifically picked off some of the parts that were not engraved. And our very good police officer simply ululated. He ululated, but he has a gun. So I'm bringing performance management down to real things. So I'm talking about a live example. When he ululated, they took off, probably in slow motion, climbed the fence and ran away. They got a few things. So we asked the question, if you have a tool that is supposed to help you perform, how do you be there and you ululate? So the end of the story, it is both the sad and it is a bit sad because that's what happens to criminals. So we said, use your tool. So they came back. This time when they came back, he shot the man. I pray he's still alive because the intention was not to kill, but he shot him. Performance, we put a bar and said, this is how you perform. We performed. You think now any thief will come back? Done. Performance what? Management. Set the target, give the person the tools, monitor. And that is human resource management. I think I have made my point. Talked a bit much, but that's the point. We need resources for human resource management and fast on our lines. Performance management in order to have effectiveness and efficiency. I beg to submit.
Thank you, PS, for those words of wisdom. Performance management. Yes, Mr.
Thank you so much, Chair. And thank you for the presentation. Honorable Minister, I happen to have taken a team for Ministry of Public Service 2 years ago to benchmark in Kenya on their civil service. One, we discovered that the civil service is very strong than the private sector. Because they told us government has money, they can buy any tool and deploy anywhere. So the private sector, they copy from government, and the civil service determines how the other sectors operate, and we are at that level. So I think you are right, as the civil service need to be strong. You will know that the Kenyan politicians, they are great, but the civil service is very strong, and that's why they are able to perform. So I think your presentation is very timely. We need the private sector, because in fact in Kenya, people are leaving the private sector coming to government because the conditions are better in the government. So we must also reposition ourselves to that extent. Two, I think we have at the training. We have our civil service college with good intentions aimed at nurturing civil servants to perform. I think we have it was the key issue to transform civil service. But I think it was neglected completely. And that's very dangerous for us. Again, our colleagues have strengthened their training functions of to ensure that it is able to perform. Now, another challenge, we are seeing the effects of decentralization, and we are talking about it, corruption, what. Now again, we are decentralizing universities. they are also becoming a tribal and region. And this is going to affect our quality of human resource. I happen to represent public service of one of the universities. But you go there and you find they are not able to affect. They are 30% and what 19. And you look at our Kenya, when you go to Kenyatta and Nairobi University, they have branches all over the country. So they are able to utilize their quality of the human resource. So if we are talking of planning for human resource, and we are not thinking about training them both at university and in service training, we might fail the class again. We need to take care of that. And then lastly, NDP3 also talks about national service program. That one. We are still struggling to operationalize it, and the class is about to come. Hopefully, we also need to wake up. Those countries that have picked up and grown, the national service program has played a key role. So that's where we nurture our human resource, that's where we go and reorient ourselves. And these are documents, these are information that is in the NDP3. So, and these are the very things that are making us repeat the class. I think as the public sector transformation, we need to pick on this one very, very strongly so that we can cause the required change. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wafula. Members, I think we are time bad. We shall only allow 2 more comments, and then we let Dr. move our comment on what we have been saying. This, if you have something funny, this is the time. The presentation is about planning the NDP4, and I think it is important for our operations. Let's not keep quiet if we have something to. Yeah. Yes, please.
Thank you, Cholangiba. It's my name. I would like to learn from Dr. What are the key critical notes or areas to note which define the difference between NDP3 and NDP4? I would like to clarify the difference between the differences between NDP3 and 4. That's 2 or 3 critical areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nanyumba. I think we have been guided that we keep the same goals, but we change the strategies. But I think the doctor will clarify. One more hand, and then we shall move.
Since we are not going to solicit, I'm going to answer from here. I think I'm going to try to start from the key differences. I think for me, that is the basic problem of this country. You always seek differences for what? Answer my question, for what? If training has not happened, if performance management has not happened, and then you have failed, change course, find better ways of training, find better ways of performance management to get a better result. So I'm not going to be answering the question of differences in this plan. I have refused because it's not a necessary question. This country should learn that when you set yourself a target, you don't achieve it, and it is still relevant, go back and repeat. After all, success is a function of repeated actions. I have answered your question. But if you want me to answer for the sake of answering, I will say, okay, I'm going to do things to have higher impact, to have whatever, but that is all English. And I'm not going to go to English. Number 2, National Service Program, very important, I agree with you. We had it in every. To do proper programs. How many systems we should do? But she should repeat and shall do it better. Precisely, I am with you. Now, that's training. This one. Minister and PS, there is a lot of money on training in the budget. Actually, in this budget, this one, I cut that money deliberately. I went in every program and looked for a training budget and removed it. Ask me why I had to remove it. Because you have not taken out your role. Who should determine the training of people in this government? Then why should it be me? Accounting office of NPA. I choose who I train and when I train and whatever I train. We removed that money because I talked to my sister and I said, you must take charge of training in this country. You never play around with my job. If it is my job of planning and you come with extra work. This is your job. All training programs and training whatever must be approved by public service because they must link to improving performance. Not to take people to South Africa in hotels. I mean, those trainings in South Africa of 4 days. You get there and the trainers are worse than you, the one they train.
Not for shopping.
They took me there 3 times. Contract negotiation. The guy comes in a class and says, what is this? They are training me. So I enjoyed my hotel. I got my per diem and came back to Uganda. But that is a training entered in the training. So for me, I think the training policy is a good beginning point, but it's not the end. Kindly take charge of all recruiting budgets in this government. Let us have a training plan for the whole government. Let us identify the needs for training and only train in those areas. For God's sake, why are you still putting money on number one? The guy is 52 years old. He has studied in all the universities in this world. Why did you put your money on such a guy? When you have younger people here. Yeah. And for me, Minister, yes, this government in the previous years, you are not training people. Let me tell you a story. I went to Harvard, I went to Duke, London School of Economics. Name it on government. I am not confident from anywhere. It is because of your money. We don't get these international jobs for anything. It is because of your. You gave me leave for 6 years and I came back. Enjoyed the dollar and I came back. It's because I've been well prepared. The young people we have in government now are not well prepared. Take it from. They have their masters, I don't care. The masters is not a competence. All of you have masters. When we joined the government, we were 4 or 5 with the masters in 1996. You want to come and restrict the principle. But now everybody has a master. Why are we performing worse than it? So for me, I'm calling upon minister. This one, start with the money of this budget. Recruiting budget must be a matter of the program for transformation of public. Let me tell you now, in NPA, all these guys are they are training under NPA. 17 PhDs. But it's just my choice as a leader. I don't see a PhD. Sketch it. When you get it today, I don't mind treasure as a who are you? You know, I'm scared of you. But the kind of people I need are that kind of. So I have invested in all of them. There are 17 of them. By the end of this year, I'll have 17 PhDs paid by government. But it's not because it is I have done it. I should come and just fight the PS. Why I need the PhD. Then the plan will approve it. Then we will use government. And supposing I'm training useless PhDs. So that is it. On the issue of this one of UDB, that was below the belt. This guy likes eating people below the belt. Let me just teach you one thing, because you're public sector transformation. I'm a development banker myself, of the highest caliber. Yes, we have created a development bank. It's not yet operating like a development bank. A development bank picks bad ideas, the so-called bad ideas, the so-called risky ideas, develop them, nurture them, finance them, they become good ideas. A commercial bank picks good. How you can judge your development bank? I'm leaving it to you. On program allocations, for me, the moment we plan better, and we will sit down with your policy unit and the PS. Because let me tell you, if we are saying the strategy this time is to ensure that we remove those very first things that don't improve us, we stick to the priorities, and we need a better performing service. It will mean that public sector transformation becomes a priority. It's no longer infrastructure and other things. It's going to be performance. Now, together we must cost performance. And Max knows this. And when we cost it well, we are going to have money. So given, one of my biggest problems is that your policy people and budget people bring things that they cannot defend. I defeat them in a second. And you'll just say, which are removed. This one not justified. But if you come and you're linking your things, this government will not perform unless we go for performance. See, let us convince everybody. Don't tell them HR, tell them performance. Because they will confuse it. Just say performance. For us to achieve this thing, we must improve. And then we just fight from top. Performance of cabinet, performance of parliament, performance of the agencies, performance of schools. Downwards, let us just up the performance in the whole government. We are going to have money. For me, I will work now, having said all these good things, national service, we must have national service. But minister and PS, the problem has been definition. Some guys think national service should be a gun. And they are fighting, it should be here, it should be defense. Then another one comes, it should be this one, Siasa. Then that one is also fighting. National service is a manpower issue. As simple as that. Have I said it? National service is a manpower. Because the center of national service is the person. Why are you doing national service? To make that person love their country and do what next? And do what next? Deliver with the country through. So national service is the public sector transformation issue. I'm not saying this because I'm here among the students. If you were wrong, I'll tell you you are. Fortunately, today you're very right. And the idea around honorable minister and PS for me to multiply myself by zero.
And the subjects standard given. And it's not just standing, okay, come and give me.
While the rest of us are stretching, we have sat for far too long after the heavy breakfast. Please let's stretch a bit. Please stand up and we stretch a bit. All right. We have stretched our back. Let's get seated. That's fair enough. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to amend our program. We are going to change the program a bit. I know according to our program, at this particular point in time, we should be having lunch. But we have not yet had the lunch. Even the session chair has not also had lunch yet. And Madam, you are still requested to remain seated to chair the next session. We are going to amend the program and go to one of the sections of the program, which is probably the most exciting, and the reason why we partly invited every single member of staff of Ministry of Public Service to be here today.
Service provider.
All right. Madam Allen Hakama, please remain seated. We still trust in you to continue with the job you have at the moment. The voters have requested that you go back and remain for another Kisanja. At this particular point in time, I told you we were going to amend the program a bit. We are skipping the program on presentation of status of implementations and recommendations of SMT for last year. And we will go straight to presentations on challenges faced by Ministry of Public Service staff and recommendations for improvement. After that, it will now be opportunity for us to talk. You get up and say anything you want, how Victor has not been handling you well in his department, or how you're being excluded from field work if there's field work in the department. And ladies and gentlemen, let me say this, and I will not come back here to say it. If you do not say it here today, forever keep your peace. If you don't say it here and then you go and talk about it somewhere else, we are going to take that as rumor-mongering. And actually, it will be very close to blackmail and defamation. Very, very close. If you fear to speak, please get a piece of paper and pass it to the third party, to the second party, so that I can get it. And I will not know if you are the one. So if you want your identity protected for reasons that are best known to you. Lunch is not yet here because we have not yet handed it. At this particular point in time, may I therefore request Assistant Commissioner Human Resource Management and Administration to come and make our presentation.
Yes.
Please kindly utilize the time and save us the time. This is to set the base for us to talk. This is a precursor to our ability to talk. Thank you, Madam. You are most welcome. Madam Kakama, please moderate and time.
Jessica, you are welcome. You have 30 minutes as per our program. That item has been allocated 30 minutes, but it also includes time for us to respond. So you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Minister, the Permanent Secretary, Commissioners, Assistant Commissioners, Principals, Senior Officers, and Officers. Good afternoon, everybody. Today, we are going to talk about our challenges. There are no challenges for human resource as a unit or a division or whatever you call it. There are challenges of Ministry of Public Service staff. I'm privileged that I've just taken office, but in the few days I've been in the office, when you look at the cover page, there's something to do with problem, next problem. I think those are some of the things I've gone through. However, I took the chance to move around the ministry departments, and the staff were giving me some of their challenges. And on that note, they were saying, what have you brought on the table? Today, as we discuss them, the same people have given me some recommendations or strategies they think we can use I'm requesting IT. Okay. So there is also a survey that was carried out last year. These are some of the issues that were brought out by the participants in the survey. In addition to what I collected from the different departments. Indeed, I feel not the most appropriate person to present this because some of them really touch my unit, okay? So the objective for our presentation today, we are going to highlight the challenges and the strategies, and then let us all feel free to discuss further. So by way of introducing, we are saying the workplace is an environment where productivity, that is output, is needed at maximum level. I think you bear witness with me that all the previous presenters have touched that. But if staff aren't at their best, they may not be able to produce the best work. At the core of every business growth is the total contribution of staff working in an organization. Managing a workplace with different employees occupying different roles does not come without challenges, but you are not alone. There are different kinds of challenges faced by the staff that may affect our productivity. That means certain practices need to be put in place to address the challenges. These are the ones we are going to discuss today. I believe with technology, we need to reduce on the time. All of us have got this presentation. You can follow using your WhatsApp or your mails or on your phones. I'll skip the concepts. What are the challenges? One of the major challenges of the staff that came out was lack of communication. In the survey, it was indicated, and among the staff, as I was moving around, lack of communication. You realize an organization where communication is compromised, compromises also the productivity. And the staff were saying that these are hampered the team efficiency and impacted on the level of productivity. I think we need to have from top down proper communication and from down to top. It is happening, but I think we need to do it better. Staff motivation and retention at work. This also came out as a challenge from the staff and the survey. And they were saying that when staff are demotivated, it reduces and impacts on their performance. Then the question was, or is, how do we motivate the staff? Heads of departments, other subordinates, we need also to motivate each other and by using different ways of motivation. Issues of hierarchy and bureaucracy. The staff were saying that there is a lot of bureaucracy in accessing some of the services, the documents that need to be improved for them to perform better. Getting new skills and professional development. Everyone loves growth, and there is no place where growth is more needed than in the workplace. The staff in the ministry tend to follow this challenge, to face this challenge of learning new skills and advancing in their career. Whatever new thing they bring, there is a tendency of people ignoring it, that it is hard. When HCM came on board, people are saying, are we going to manage? Those new things are blah, 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 going to tire us. Not until people get on board and realize it's a new thing. It's a good thing. Performance management. Here the staff we are saying, not simply noticeable delay due to low workforce productivity revealed constitute from sluggish performance management functions. You realize we have already got a report on performance management, and it indicates only 20% of our staff have done their planning. Some of them have been doing their performance reviews and the performance appraisals. We are yet to share that report. Yet we have been given deadlines to that effect. Training and human resource development. Training and capacity building is based on a shallow training needs and capacity needs assessment worsened by insufficient funding. This is real in the corridors. I've been faced by different officers telling me, Madam, for the last 2 quarters, where are the training funds? We are on course, but we are not getting those funds. I don't know, but I think we need to really work at that. The chairperson for the training committee did the same, asking me, why are they sitting? The same to capacity building. They were asking me about it. So it came out as a challenge. Monitoring absenteeism, time and attendance to duty. Staff were saying, because of the lack of transport, but with increased fares, it has been even made worse with the low salaries received. physical, mental health issues, low engagement, toxic workplaces, appointments, side hustles, and constant payments of loans that leave the staff with little but to rationalize the working days. It is an issue that was also reflected in the survey. Little attention to health, wealth, and safety issues, a challenge that staff who have health and other social issues are not adequately catered for due to lack of health insurance and budget not good enough to cater for the wellness and safety issues. For example, the protective gears, first aid box, some of them have never seen it. Expired distinguishers, they are fearing for their safety, and old field vehicles. So it is also a challenge. Sexual harassment in the workplace. This one also came out. People are silent about it, but indeed it's happening in the ministry. These are annual sexual advances or requests for sexual favors and comments, jokes, acts, or other verbal, physical conduct that is of sexual nature directly from the employees based on their sex. And they noted a challenge, the challenges coming up with sexual harassment. It affects the image of the organization, affects how officers relate with clients, reduces their productivity, leads to coming late and absenteeism, abandonment of duty, name it. So we really also need to work on that. Vivid poor staff welfare and motivation, leading to failure by leadership to prioritize expenditure on staff welfare, motivation, tooling, and equipment for the staff. They were saying they have very old staff. The computers are breaking down now and then, so they need urgent attention to that area. Poor records management. Although we realize this has greatly changed, but the staff and clients have continued to face the challenge of accessing records from the registries, which leads to delayed completion of assignments, loss of documents, and forgery of documents. The registry also needs to take care of that so that we perform better. Discrimination and failure to manage diversity to the detriment of the service. This has led to segregation in attendance of important events, workshops, trainings, especially money, where money is a reward in some departments. Countering negativity. Given the other point of discrimination, maintaining positive morale in the workplace is one of the challenges the staff are facing. Many employees face different issues that bring their enthusiasm down. And this negative may be as a result of frustration at the workplace. The more frustrations they face, the more negative they may become. I've heard people talking about telling new staff coming to the ministry that you have come to serve your sentence. Not until you come to the ministry and know the good in it. So that gives a new person a negative feeling coming to this ministry. Personally, I was one of them, but I thank the PS. Many of you bear witness to that. I thank the PS that has nurtured me to change my image of the ministry. Otherwise, I was told, go and serve your sentence in public service. So, and so many, actually the few staff I've seen, the new ones, they are telling me, Madam, is this a sentence or not? Members, we need to change that image. So, those are the few challenges that I managed to capture from the staff and the survey. I implore you to read the survey You participated in it, and these are your views, not the HR unit. But we are meeting them on a daily basis. And the same staff, Honorable Minister and Madam PS, gave their recommendations to improve the different areas, improve the work culture and environment through sensitizing the entire staff, share the relevant information on the ministry's group mails and WhatsApp. I think that is done. All departments should have a banner with a mandate, vision and mission and goal. Contribute towards organization branding through corporate wear, anthem, prayer, and a high performance culture. Managers to be more sensitive to cultures other than their own as to cope with the diversity and cultural differences. Support staff to evolve a workplace culture as it strengthens staff cohesion and job satisfaction. That will improve our work culture and environment. To improve staff performance, the staff were saying they need a one-to-one interaction with their heads of departments on issues of performance management, change management, and guidance on staff welfare. Strongly and actively advocate for pooling and equipping of the staff to enhance performance results. Some of the offices really don't have the tools. Strengthen the reward and sanctions committee to undertake critical issues related to performance. Increase consolidated allowance of staff, especially those that don't have a chance to engage in field activities. Heads of departments should be empowered to undertake orientation of staff in the first week, as the ministry plans to do the formal induction, so that they come on board with a positive mind. Ensure salary enhancement across the service to boost morale. I tactically didn't talk about salary because this is the story that has been ongoing. Our leadership has been talking about it and the strategies that are being taken. We remain in prayer that we shall also get there. In order to build capacity of the staff, we need to streamline capacity building, planning and award of training opportunities, and communicating the training plan to staff within the department. We need to continue within service training, do induction of newly recruited staff and promoted staff in the ministry, inform staff of the available promotions in the service, take control measures to regulate staff from accessing officers' personal information. We've had a bad experience in human resource. Our staff are sharing information even beyond what they are not supposed to do. We have a pensioner who is facing roughness from the family because one of our staff went and shared that information among the family members by getting that information from accounts on the gratuity and pension his husband had received. So we ask members really to be vigilant. We have a normal communication system which we should use as we share that information. Ensure continuous support of staff to utilize HCM modules to ease work and improve their performance. Members, you are aware, most of the modules are now active. Leave management. We can now tell who is on leave without having your files on our desk. It is really helping us to reduce on the files and decongest our offices and make them cleaner. One of my supervisors used to keep telling me, I need a clean desk, a clean desk. And I believe if he's here, you always find him with a clean desk. Okay? So we encourage members, interest yourself. Every Thursday, there's something new. HCM is training us. So interest yourself to learn and apply them to ease your work. In order to improve staff welfare, staff recommended to provide a variety of wellness activities to cater for the diverse needs of staff, both at the headquarters and at the Civil Service College. Implementing the staff welfare proposals, they gave examples of having health insurance, increased consolidated allowances for non-field staff, bring back the corporate games and the health talks. I believe some of those have already taken shape. Introducing a canteen, cafeteria for the employees to have ease to access breakfast and lunch at any given time without any difficulty at a subsidized rate. Sharing departmental allocations and prioritized activities to all staff in the departments for better understanding of what is required of them. Prioritizing procuring new vehicles every year and constructing of a parking shed to improve on the one that exists now. HIV came out very passionately. The pandemics are still a problem in the society and serve, and therefore preventive support care and mitigation measures should be provided. This pretends to not help the situation when we are seeing our colleagues losing lives. To improve sanitation, health, and safety, staff recommended to have separate places of convenience for ladies and gents. Also provide toilets for the PWDs. We need also to provide a strong and responsive mechanism for sexual harassment cases among staff. Plan to have health weeks and health corner stroke points for basics and other attendants to cater for health emergencies before referrals. We need also to place fire extinguishers in all corridors for the ministry buildings that are working and not expired. Okay. A daycare for us mothers who are still very productive, for our caregivers and our children to reduce on the time we miss attending to duties, and ensuring proper hygiene by cleaning the toilets and pantry more frequently and providing disinfectants and running water at all times. So those were some of the recommendations the staff and from the survey that I managed to gather. As I conclude, these challenges require staff to continuously update their skills, embrace a growth mindset, and adopt agile and adaptive leadership approaches to navigate the complexities of the business landscape successfully. Notwithstanding situations and factors, it is of paramount importance that the cohesion among the staff or teams is nourished and maintained in order to mitigate against the creeping in of distractors. If it doesn't challenge you, it won't change you. Thank you very much for listening, and I welcome members now for a discussion. This information was collected by we have a 3-women team, but it doesn't mean we are not gender sensitive. That is the way God made it, but we shall make it better. Thank you very much.
So thank you for that comprehensive presentation. Members, what we have been listening to is the challenges faced by Ministry of Public Service. Ministry of Public Service is made up of staff. So we are talking about the challenges that are facing all of us. And she has taken it a notch higher to give us some of the recommendations on how we can mitigate the challenges. So the discussion is open. And if there is any challenge that you think is serious, and she has not included it on her list, probably this is the time we also bring it on board so that it can be captured. And if you also have better ways to manage the challenges, this is open to all of us. And today we were encouraged to speak, that all of us, this is our time to speak. Whatever we feel is not good on our side, we should not, here we don't, there is no here. Let's talk, let's speak out so that our issues are heard by all of us, including the leadership, the management, and at all levels, so that we are able to go in one direction as a team. The floor is open. Please let's listen to some of us. The floor is open. I encourage. Yes, Ed. That is one of my own. Let's hear what he's saying.
Good afternoon, members. I just want to add on to the list of challenges, which I think is now the challenge of challenges. It's that we take too long to take stock of the challenges. I imagine if a sexual harassment case happened today, and then we get to know about it a year later, it's hardly. So I just want to suggest that if we could have these human resource surveys said monthly, other than doing once a year, I submit.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Eric, for that. Yes, we need to have these challenges brought on board frequently so that we plan on how to mitigate them. The floor is open. And we are talking about the challenges and the recommendations to manage the challenges. Are we saying that all the challenges have been captured? Yes, my sister behind there.
Thank you very much. I want just to add to the challenges. It might be very simple, but it's bringing a shame to the ministry. The issue of honor and papers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my sister. I was wondering, since I'm chairing, now I'm going to bring that on board. Thank you for bringing it. Thank you so much. Because it affects my department and our work very seriously. Thank you so much. Please.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is on record management. I know in the Honorable Minister's remarks, thanked registry for the good work. Yes, I agree with that. But I believe we have a challenge in registry. One, me personally, I don't have my file got lost in registry, the one which has appraisals. I don't have that file, and I've been chasing for over time. I failed to get until I got photocopies and submitted. So I imagine if me as staff, I don't have my file got lost in the registry. So what about other people's who are not here? Secondly, you get calls from other boards calling us. I've sent there some media letter and it has taken long. Please help me follow up. You find out someone wrote that letter 2 months ago, but it's nowhere. You have to first get a copy and follow up from registry, from where it has been, where was it submitted, and really people they are waiting for responses from us, and the letters are nowhere to be seen. I think registry and people in charge of records in our ministry need to improve in that area. Thank you.
Thank you, Rehema. Records, I think there we have an issue, and as a ministry, we need to see how to work on it. So I am being advised to remind ourselves that being present in office, because we had earlier heard that we are there every time we wake up early, we are there, we go after others have gone, we are there on Saturday, we are there on Sunday. So what is the problem? We need to look into that. Members, we are responding to challenges and the recommendations to manage or to mitigate the challenge. I am encouraging the lower level staff. Please speak up. I know you have too many issues. Bring them up. This is the time. You can also write and put it there. You can also put it on paper. You can put it on paper and send it to and give it to the organizers so that it is captured.
Mine, I'm raising issue about the conduct of the cleaners who are supposed to clean office. When you ask them, they want you to pay money, and yet I don't know, the company has been hired to clean offices. So maybe if that issue could also be sorted out.
Okay. Somebody is paid to clean and is asking for money to clean. Is it a double payment? Is it corruption? Which of the two is the question I want to answer? So let's capture that issue. I think it is one of it's not appropriate. Yes, Magara.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Minister, mine is a challenge within fellow drivers. You find a fellow driver coming to you, commercializing activity. He tells you, I have a trip to Marara at 500,000, you are giving me 200,000. Then yet you are there seated, you have an activity, but it's again selling activity to you. Yet you are in the same ministry. So it pertains to
It's very, very important, very critical. Members, someone is given an activity and is paid money, but he does not want to go and he decides to subcontract. And even when you subcontract, you want to take the biggest share. I think it is very unfair, isn't it? Please capture that. That is a very serious issue. Thank you so much, Mr. Magara, for that. Let's listen to each other. I hope the subcontracting is ending at the drivers. It doesn't also go to the officers. It might also be there. Members, we are adding to the list of challenges and trying to come up with mitigation measures. Jessica, some of the issues that do not have mitigation measures, maybe at the end of the day, you are going to comment on them. So you might have to take note of them. Members, are we done? I can see some of us have written down. I hope I will be able to read the handwriting. The challenge of poor motivation, get higher trainings for different career development. I think this is being put up as a serious issue. Meaning that we have a training committee, we have where we apply for training, but I think it is still a problem. Probably we need to look at it. Kindly help us as a registry to echo about the usage of EDL RMS. Most commissioners take too long to respond to certain communications. I think that one has been noted. But I think one of the things we have noted is that if a letter comes and it has an attachment, and that one, I am being specific to my department. A communication comes and it has an attachment. Registry, you have a habit of, you always scan one page of the letter and you leave the attachment, and we have to run around looking for those documents. I think that is not a good practice. The other issue is the staff attendance to the department. The raise in salary payment has come up. This is not so much, though it might be there. Maybe when it happens, we need to be notified and why, but it has been brought out as an issue. I remember we were told that you'll be paid your salary every 28th of every month. So the question is, why does it delay at certain, in some cases? Using buses and taxis members, let's try to write well so that we can read it. I think somebody is complaining about using taxis and buses. I don't know, but it is being brought up. Need for more training. I don't know for all of us probably. The support staff who don't go to the field, how can we be motivated? I think this was an issue that was brought out, that we should think of how we should motivate the support staff that do not go to the field. Vehicle servicing, a big problem. Repairs take too long to be attended to. Those are issues that need attention by F&A or administration. Why are some ministries facilitated well on allowances yet public service is doing badly? Some action officers inform clients about their correspondences being ready for dispatch before the letters reach registry. So that is becoming an issue. I don't know what the issue is, that the clients should be informed after the registry has gotten the letters. Is it what it means? Yes, I want to confess that for us under rationalization, we actually, when we get the letters signed, we actually do electronic transfers of these letters to the recipients, and we also try to deliver, and that is why we are given one of the records officers because of the delays that were happening in the security registry. So I am clearing my name on that, but this is an issue that has come.
Thank you very much. I also have a complaint about those of you who decide to go on the side hustles when there is urgent work. You need to respect the ministry and also plan accordingly. Yes, that's a serious one. Then there is another one. which is to all of us. There are officers who have deliberately decided to behave very immaturely. What do I mean by that? I'm going to take us back to S1. I'm very sure all of us went through S1. When you enter a new school in S1, there was a motto, I came alone. And you had to be reminded that you came alone. It is unfortunate that I have to remind you, you came. So these bad attitudes which we are seeing because you found someone in the ministry and all their negativity, you decide to adopt it. And yet you came. Your career is yours. Your future is yours. Your family is yours. Your responsibility to government is yours. So for those who are adopting the bad attitudes and are forgetting that they have an individual path that goes right through, because they are created as individuals, and they think that they are still in B7, where you're playing with the others, or you are in somewhere in secondary and you decide to strike with others when you have your own career path. I think it's unfortunate. I have seen some of you with such poor attitudes that because your senior or whoever has a negative attitude, you even almost bite your tongue when you're greeting in the corridor. I think we need to grow up. We need to do what? Grow up as mature civil servants. You do not work for the PS, you work for government of. I'd like Titus to face all of us and make a 360 and you see what is on the logo. If there is a PS's name there. Titus. Turn, because some people like to see. Turn around it and go and see you until you turn and then face back. So please, for those very immature officers, including those ones whom I have found sitting there, and I know each of you, sitting behind there, everyone is here, very disgusted with everything. If you really feel this ministry is the worst place, you are encouraged to resign. You know yourselves and you had better style up. This is government of what? Uganda. Under the Ministry of Public Service, not under the Ministry of Maurice Ekwam. No. So I hope you have got that very clearly. When you're doing your performance agreement, it is your performance agreement between so and government of Uganda. Otherwise, you will be a maid in my home. That is when you can bring a bad attitude to the workplace. So let's get this clear. I'm using hard words because you are behaving like small children. Let's get that what? Clear.
I was discussing with the PS that probably top management will also develop our complaints. We have complaints as well. We have to sit, organize our complaints also, and disseminate, like how this one was done. It was an oversight that we did not do it yesterday, the other day. We would have brought here also our complaints. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very scared for someone who is seated in the midst of public service, but talking ill against it. In the meantime, this is the hand that is feeding you. You may be dissatisfied with what you are getting. But what motivates you first? Is it the allowances? Is it the training? What was your expectation? You remember I talked about expectation. What was your expectation? I think we need also to know. As if people's expectations are about further training, are about salaries, allowances, and it's not working with it. We need to work with us, not we need to work with us. Then we get motivated to continue. You know, I'm an advocate of welfare. You know it. I'm not political because I don't want any vote for me. But I'm an advocate of the welfare for our staff. And I've always done this at all levels. But can we work please? Because sometimes they come to our offices, and we are on social media all the time. Some are even playing match. And then we pay you very handsomely at the end of the month. Very handsomely we pay you. Some of you have, I have evidence. You come, bypass, someone is on Facebook. Then the second time you'll find the matter. The third time there is a game that they play that they know something. And I'm like, you know, I'm very good at people. I'm very inquisitive. Someone I know is complaining somehow. I want to complain. Why? Why don't you give us time? You also give us time. Why do you occupy space if you don't want to work? You go home if you don't want to work. I think I've even whispered to my school here that it will be very good if every staff has a performance contract and we give you your targets, accomplish, and we pay according to what you have done. Yes, I think that will be the best. The output will be good. Not just telling me, I'm going to that pension about what will you do to me? Will you chase me? Okay. We are going to put the one on the head now. You will perform. You will, I know. And you will be motivated because we will pay you very well, then you will perform. Those who will not manage, we do something else. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what I noticed, again, information dissemination. I've always told my peers, you are not sharing information enough. We have a lot spot. Have I ever seen them? Not spot. Yeah, we might have a lot spot, but what do we put on the not spot? We're going to check. But we also have a not spot, an e-not spot. What do we post? Lists of Mabugo, birthday. And sometimes we find it is not even work related. You think we are supposed to disseminate information, share, you know, we did this, we did that, you know. And this grant on starts from sharing resources. And actually, if you have little resources and you're not very transparent, people will continuously suspect that there is someone who is favored than me. And it is always very good to share. If we have received the money in a department, can we convene a departmental meeting? For example, now we have received 53% of the budget. Have we convened departmental meetings to adjust our work plan? Or it is the business of some top people to determine for all of us? If you are a husband in a home, you have gone to work and you not go to the money. But the budget was for eating chicken and whatever, going out, whatever. What do you do? I think you go back home, tell them this time round, we are not going to have meat over the weekend because this is the money I received. It's not enough. So I think, Madam, please, we need to be very proactive. Let everybody here know what we've received, how we have distributed it, and they should see it getting exalted. All of us. Otherwise, people will continuously complain. For us, we were given a little money. The allowances we are chopped. Because they don't know that it is not business as usual. For me, I've been in local government. For us, if money is not enough, all of us must know. And we can even post everywhere. This time around, we budgeted for 50 million, we received the 30. Can we go for the departmental adjustments? Everybody would know the reasons. The moment it arrives. And for us here, we are very speculative sometimes. So, Madam PS, we will have little headache if everybody knows what we have. Little headache. But some people spread the rumors. They can spread it to, Madam. We are being segregated. Some people have received it. And they tell you one person has received an allowance of 1.6 million from Rapids. Have you seen it? Yes, they told me. But some of us are not got. For the real concern, because for me, I want justice. For the real concern, I will invite everybody. You come. What is the problem? What is happening? So, we agreed that we will share the little we have. We agreed. Let us share the little we have. If I'm supposed to get 500,000, but then my brother is not getting, let me allow to take 400. So that even someone else can get that 100 because they did not budget for it. They will be appreciated. Just trickling to everybody. If we can adjust to that one. But some people are still very selfish. They don't even want to share. They want to grab this, grab that, and grab this. That's why someone is complaining that there is someone who has many trips and he has gone up to the extent of selling others. How? How does it come? How can someone have many trips, but then another doesn't have? And yet, everybody can drive if you safely to the destination. You don't know what happens. But also the driver should improve on the character. Sometimes I may want to avoid him also. Yeah, the way you treat me in the fields. I may decide also to take up because some of you have character. So that is also another issue. Now we want to introduce something. Employee of the month. The rewards and sanctions committee should sit every month to assess. I think we shall have a tool. If we were doing it in local government, why not? We can do it. Assess the best employee. We reward and put your portrait everywhere in this world where it can reach and praise you. It will build your CV. People will come looking for you. But then also sanction someone who was a bad performer. We are going to start. We have agreed in the case. About our vehicles, yes, we shall talk when we are alone. This one will kill people. We shall talk. The problem is our budgets. We have been lobbying, we want to increase the budgets. We want to be a mother ministry. Ministry. Why not? We are the ones that bring the bagels every day. You sign every day for other ministries and other department agencies. Can you imagine? We also need vehicles. I want to thank her that at least we got some free. But we can continuously get three like that until we. Now, we want to organize our offices. I took a brief tour for our offices. I found some major staff in the other house behind you. Then I found another group of runners. So what? I found another one down here. I'm like, what is happening? Uganda Service Center for Safety. If I'm moving from this place, let me move to the next door. The whole group should be together. Why do we start ourselves? Then you sit in the offices which are not even labeled. I'm coming in to ask exactly what do you do? The office is not labeled. And some of you do not allow yourselves to breathe. You don't breathe. The offices are very congested. There is no enough light. Your eyes are at stake, by the way. You cannot breathe. They have thrown the curtains. There is a lot of darkness. No, you want that early. So I think we need to do some bit of improvement and label our offices, but stay together. If I want HR, I let it be together. If I want planning, let me find it together. And if you want ministers, you'll find us. We are each other. You see? So let us get organizing our business. Then about the photocopiers, the computers, which are not functional. Our offices have become dark places, full of dust, and they are not functional. I think we need to dispose them. But then we need to buy. I know we are going to get money. Now we are planning together, we are going to move together, we will get money. And you remember, we agreed, you can't even write a proposal. You should not depend on the consolidated fund only. We can even write. You have brains here. So I'm wondering why you don't write. Don't you write? For me, I can move. I can take these proposals. Oh, you are joking. If I would take them when I was a mayor, why can't I take them when I'm a minister of state? What I'm talking about, I've ever done. I'm not learning it. I've ever done you right, and I show you. I will also go with you. I will take you. We have those offices. They can help us to give us some vehicle, some little money for capacity. You know, they can, if we just buy what we are talking about. I think in the meantime, let me stop it at that. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Members, all our concerns have been captured, and I want to say that I will hand over to the organizing team.
I'm embarrassed today. Here there is sexual harassment. You are about to harass me. I'm sorry, I cannot harass you. You can't do that. I'm embarrassed today. But I think we need to get a focal person to help us. A focal person should help us. But that's someone who got that idea also should come and talk to me. Maybe she's just concocting stories. I don't have time. I thought people did not have time for those things. They are very busy. But if there is that's one or two scenarios which came about, someone should come and tell you.
Remember here is saying, Honorable, that why would you accuse them of sexual harassment? They're assuming it is men, where they don't have money. Without money, you can't say anything. Incapable of harassing the body stuff. Right.
I think members, this has been a very interesting discussion. But what is important is that when I was perusing through some of these, most of them are repetitive. But I think it is important that our organizing team captures each and everything so that we are able to move ahead. Time is not on our side. Someone said we have not earned our lunch. Actually, one of the papers that has come was we are delaying for lunch. In 1 minute, may I request Jessica to say something? Just to summarize, touch only a few things which have not been touched. And in 1 minute, you conclude your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What is amusing is sexual harassment. The rest of the issues have been captured. I'm going to share some of them with the different departments. But what has come out clearly, drivers are asking, what is the use of performance appraisal and planning for them? I think that goes to performance management department. Interestingly, sexual harassment is indeed happening. I've received 3 interns complaining. But I also advised them, because when they came into my office, then where they were dressed, left a note to be desired. That's why I put it in red. So it does not only apply to those interns, but even with the staff. Mind the way you dress, mind the way you talk, mind the way you approach these officers. That's why some of these things are happening. Most of the comments you've given are administrative, and Undersecretary has captured them. We shall be handling them. I understand we are tired and we have to go for our lunch. For the compliments and suggestions given by our Honorable Minister and Madam PS, we thank you very much for that, and we are going to take note. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Buster. I just wanted to interject with something which is a real thing for everyone. And we'll take it up and be informing you. Unfortunately, the sponsorship for long-term training is no longer a guarantee. That's what we're talking about. We need to receive a budget for that. That is why you see we are grappling, which is not because some people are favored and others are not. The money is not enough, but this quarter we got nothing on development. That's it. Moderator, have we earned lunch?
I'm not yet very sure.
As it comes,
One time I visited the Minister of Land. Okay. We have staff who normally are transferred to other ministries. I have met two, one somewhere and one somewhere, but they are lobbying to come back to the Ministry of Public Service. I'm telling you the truth. I'm an honest person. They want to come back to Ministry of Public Service. Yes, respect what you have. You may think somewhere else is okay, but when you reach there is when you will appreciate that at least for us we have the spirit of Ubuntu. It's when you will appreciate that you will lose someone and these people, all these people will collect money for you. You will have a birthday and these people will give you a birthday cake. It's when you will know when you go somewhere. You continue rotating. You will tell me when you are done.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, Madam PS, and the session chair. We have reached this point where we need to recharge, and because we have had ourselves lunch. Not for yourselves. Secondly, Madam PS has told me to come to tell you that we are doing registration in the afternoon again. So this thing of having lunch and then you run away, it will catch up with you. I am just, please don't look at me, I am just a messenger. Just a messenger, I use this information the way you want, but otherwise information is power. We are going to register again in the afternoon to ensure strict attendance. So if you had an afternoon program, please cancel it. I advise you to cancel that afternoon program, because your attendance here is paramount. Of course, we have also taken notice. She has told me again that she has taken notice that some people came, attended up to some time, and they have since disappeared. Please pick your phone and call such people to come back. Not necessarily for lunch, but for business. Otherwise, there is this common writing, show cause. Show cause. Why certain processes should not be taken against you. Please avoid it. Call your colleagues to come back and mean business. Thank you very much. Susan, please come and pray.
You pray.
No. The other one was for breakfast, and we have eaten. Please, let's pray. There is no hangover in praying.
Let us pray. For what we are about to receive, we thank you, Lord. Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you.